Uh, Upstairs, Soma is keeping an eye on the strange hooded figure who seems to be lurking around, keeping his attention on them before he realizes that Sadie is gone missing. So he looks around for Sadie, realizing that she's gone. He let the rest of the group know, and he sees the hooded figure. He thinks to himself that that's his top priority right now, as of now. So he goes to investigate. As he walks up to this figure, they disappear before he could even interact with them. Sort of in a panic, he looks around and instead sees the strange girl with this red dress. He leaves her in the back of his mind, talks with the bodyguard about the hooded figure, who gawkingly says that there was no hooded figure in the VIP area because he has the best eyes in the room. So Soma begins panicking, looking around for Sadie and or the hooded figure before noticing that this red dress woman was going for a bit of a hit on Spender, one of the whales, I guess.
Devious lick.
Yeah, it's going for a devious lick on their life. And so Soma counters by throwing fire of his own at her hand to try to stop her, in which he succeeds, and chases her out of the building. They get a good chase going. He contacted Arthur to get him to back him up, but due to their current mission, they could not follow after she escapes. So Soma lets her go. The party gets a little crazy. There is a fight building up inside of the main hall. Douglas tries to stop it while Arthur tries to stop it by joining in. I think a fight brews for a little while. Soma keeps an eye on Spender, just keeps his attention focused, making sure that no one else is going to try to catch another devious lick. And it goes a little smoothly until Douglas discovers Kat in the bathroom with another man, the glasses man, who's giving her a lot of money. He attempted to stick some sort of needle. I don't know if it was a sedative or a poison inside of Kat's veins. So Douglas takes her. What was that?
Right into her neck.
Oh yeah, right into her neck. And
Except
Kat,
he didn't
being
count
Kat,
on the fact that needles don't pierce Cat's skin.
Yeah, and Kat kind of learned how to punch from Douglas, so it was not going to end well for him regardless.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's knocked out. Douglas takes Kat out of the bathroom, while Soma and Arthur decide to take him for a little joyride out in the back area. Soma entangles him with his chains. Any lie he makes singes his skin. Arthur pulls out his knives, and Douglas gets ready to beat the shit out of him, in which they do. They torture him for endless rounds. After a while, Douglas gets overtaken by the Black Blood momentarily, and Soma aims to stop him while also preventing the man from being killed. He has a plan, and a sort of divide gets split among the group. They don't know what to do. Everyone really against Soma, while Soma is fighting for his plan, and it creates a conflict. After some bickering and eventually coming to a resolution, they leave the man alive. Soma makes a deal with him and leaves him alive. But that man now reports only to Soma and cannot hurt anyone ever again. After this, everyone heads back into the bar. Soma has a bit of a discussion with the party about party morale and keeping everyone connected and together. All while the bartender guy, the owner, the establishment, discovers a bunch of fucked up bodies inside the men's bathroom. Soma ignore this for a little bit, continuing his conversation, and then heads back there. And yes, they find a lot of cut up bodies in the bathroom, along with lit cigarettes, I'm pretty sure, or just ashes. And so they investigate a bit. What was it?
It was cigarettes, I think.
Yeah,
I think it was cigarettes, not candles.
yeah. So Soma takes some pictures. Arthur investigates around, looking in the mirror. Realizes that the mirror is warmer than it otherwise should be. So Soma comes up with a few theories, as does Arthur. Arthur assuming that it has to do with Bloody Mary, but then he pseudo believes himself, saying it couldn't be that. That's a little crazy. And then I was just like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. And so I had everyone step out of the bathroom. Sadie stayed with him, and he decided to do an experiment. He lit a bunch of cigarettes, placed them in a similar fashion to the others, and just sort of waited. Sadie says, "Well, aren't you going to say the thing?" And he's like, "Is it really Bloody Mary? There's no fucking way it's Bloody Mary." And it was. It was, in fact, Bloody Mary. Not only Bloody Mary, but his sister, who also left a giant gash in Sadie's back. Soma and his sister end up having a bit of a scuffle. He tries to stop her by melting the mirrors, but is just barely too late, or quite a bit too late. I'm not sure what the other role was. And he calmly grabs her body, he grabs her body, takes her out after Arthur walks in, trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. And I think they just have their final discussions before heading home.
So, it is now Saturday. You guys have spent a rather restless night trying to prepare yourselves for what's going to come. What would you guys like to do?
Soma's currently picking through some occult lore books as well as writing through his paperwork.
Okay.
I would say Douglas is doing the same.
Both of you are just flipping through occult lore books.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure, or Douglas is trying to figure out if there's any information on the Fight Club they're trying to find. Pretty
How about you, Arthur? Because you were also present.
Arthur is probably trying to figure out things about the Fight Club, so he's probably talking to Rosada and seeing if she knows anything about it.
Okay. What are you asking her?
So, you ever been to this place?
Nah, it's not really my scene. She goes to pull out a cigarette, and a glare from Sadie makes her put it back in her pocket.
Well, you ever heard much about it?
That depends on what exactly you're asking about. I mean, I've heard of it. It's one of the premier fight clubs in the Tokyo area. Like I said, it's kind of a two people go in, one person comes out sort of affair.
Well, it seems like my kind of place.
It suits you. Then again, I've never known you to be the type to go into a situation you were, well, unsure of winning.
I didn't say anything about being unsure of winning. Granted, that's part of the reason I don't really go to fight clubs to begin with. Usually I tend to get banned for most of them.
Yeah. Well, the difference between those back alley clubs and this one is that this one is made for people like... She gestures around the room. Us.
I see.
It's all fun and games when you can hop into a ring with your bare knuckles and beat the shit out of each other for a little cash. It's a lot different when you've got other things to consider. These people, they don't fuck around. And if you thought the money on the table upstairs at the bar last night was a lot, then you haven't seen anything yet.
Well, I suppose it just gives me more reason to go in there.
Great. I was afraid you would say that. She looks around the room and then grabs you by the arm and pulls you to the side, lowering her voice a bit more. Need I remind you that we already have a contractor?
Oh, I know. And one of the people we're hunting is gonna be there.
So why don't we ditch these squares and go get shit done like we always have? We don't need anybody else. This has been a two-person show since we met.
Well, like you said, I don't like going into fights I don't think I'm gonna be able to win. And these people, well, I mean, they can handle themselves.
Can they?
Yeah, in a fight.
Can they?
Most of the time.
She shakes her head and rubs at the bridge of her temples. I'm going to smoke. And she turns around and walks up the stairs, glaring at Sadie as she goes.
Arthur just sighs and pulls a flask out of his coat.
Soma, Douglas, what have you guys been looking for while you're cuddling at the table reading?
Soma is currently writing, sort of, I would say, let me actually, yeah, sort of writing occult, sort of indecipherable symbols on a sheet, on a piece of paper.
Douglas, what are you looking for?
Any news articles on random fights or police activity in certain areas?
That's
dealing
all.
with like large
Whole
scale fights.
wide ass variety you got yourself there. Could you narrow it down a little? I mean, like, that's an average Friday night.
I mean, yeah, that's what I don't know, like. Hmm. It's like, all I can really think of is like what Douglas would be looking for is like police activity dealing with like large scale fights and like kind of random, almost like remote locations.
Hmm. Roll for me.
Gotta ask for the picture. Who's who?
I'm not
Who's
sure.
the one like?
I was really
Who's
thinking like Douglas is her, and then Soma's the one laying there, and Douglas has his arm around Soma.
Nice.
That would have been
Yeah.
my
I rolled
assumption. Rolled a 4.
12. Rolled a 12.
12. With that information, like I said, it's too much to narrow down. Fights break out all the time, whether in remote locations or in the cities. There's a whole lot that goes down.
Can't find
Soma,
anything
you
of, like,
do
interest.
see like just this ridiculous like amount of information that Douglas is scrolling through and getting mildly irritated with. You don't find anything like, I mean, in that broad of a search, no.
No,
Nothing that really
nothing of
sticks
interest.
out to you.
Fucking callus is peeling.
God.
I stop picking that. Alright. Yeah, I guess Douglas just keeps looking for really anything dealing in that like area. Still not finding anything though.
Yeah, you're just getting more and more frustrated.
So have you fucking found anything yet?
You look over at what Soma's doing. Soma has drawn a bunch of weird occult shit on a piece of paper that makes no sense to you.
Douglas like looks over at him and then he just looks back at like the paper and he's just nah.
That'll be a no then. That's fine.
Don't worry about
Yeah, I can tell I can't read a single damn thing you're writing down.
it.
Are you sure he
Don't
didn't get a concussion during that fight earlier? Katya says she's been in the bunk room with Siri, occasionally glancing in your direction.
I got a concussion?
She's looking at Soma and the paper he keeps scribbling on.
I like tap him on the top of the head with like just like one of my knuckles, just kind of like.
What are you doing? I'm trying to focus here. This is very important.
No, he doesn't have a concussion.
Could have fooled me, she says, going back to what she's doing.
I didn't draw this, but I'm gonna send what he's currently drawing.
Yeah, feel free.
What the fuck?
Not that.
Hey, yo! That's what you're doing?
He's writing a demon fanfic.
It's so fucking. Soma's writing a fanfic about himself and Douglas, but they're both Japanese girls.
I
Yes.
I still don't understand a word of it. I'm just like kind of looking at it, just like, yeah, no, whatever. Come to find out, fucking, it's just a Japanese fanfic.
He's actually just writing in Japanese.
Douglas has no idea. He can still probably barely even read.
Oh my god. Yeah, Douglas isn't exactly the smartest one of the bunch.
I mean, he never really was taught how to read or write.
Question for you, Dylan. What language are you writing in?
I'm gonna text you that.
Okay. I'm gonna have something amusing happen if she rolls well enough for it.
You're writing a fucking fanfic at this hour?
So you're telling me the whole time we were supposed to be working on a plan, and you spent it writing a fanfic?
A fucking fanfic about you and your brother? What the fuck?
So interestingly enough, you're kind of half paying attention to Douglas as he's saying something weird about fanfics, scribbling on the paper, and Katya goes to place her mug in the kitchen area, and as she's passing by, she casually glances over her shoulder at what you've done, and she pauses. And you hear very gently under her voice, she says, "Your form is wrong." And she keeps walking.
My form is wrong. What are you talking about?
She just places the mug on the counter, begins to rinse it out.
I'm gonna roll insight on the art he's drawing. Try
Go
to
ahead.
figure out what he's doing wrong. That is an 18.
So you're looking at it, and the thing is, you don't know what you're doing, so you don't really know how to tell if it's wrong or not.
My form is wrong. What do you... Tell me what you mean by that.
Katya looks up from rinsing her mug out.
You said something about my form being wrong?
I didn't say anything.
He's going to peer into her eyes. What did you say?
Why are you looking at me like that? Dad, Uncle Somi's being weird again.
No,
I'm
not
like still looking at my book and just like kind of slap him on the top of his head.
No, not you.
God.
I'm talking about you. Sort of like pointing at her, but like not at her.
I think he's having a stroke. Do you smell toast?
What?
I mean, a little bit. Why? Oh, you're talking to him still.
Every now and
Fuck. Oh god. Katya walks back toward the bunk room, proceeds to start changing clothes.
All right,
Out
well,
of
I
view
guess I
of
guess I
everyone else, but she is wearing a black sleeveless top and very like flowy pants, more Japanese
She's
style.
rocking the bell bottoms.
Kind of, yeah. Definitely something she can maneuver in. It does look like some form of like martial art styled clothing. The only part of her that is still normal is the piece of flannel that she has wrapped over the slices on her arm. She pauses as you're looking at her and she says,
Are you guys gonna get ready, or...
Oh, Soma's gone back to the table.
Does smelling toast have to do with anything?
I thought you were supposed to be the medical person here. I miss Pridwin.
No, that was Lewis. He was, well, supposed to be trained in medical
I
practice.
can heal people, but I don't know what smelling toast has to do with anything.
It means that you're having a what's it called?
Stroke?
That!
I don't know.
Uncle Pridwin
would-
said that you smell like toast when you're having a stroke.
You smell
Oh.
like toast? And
Wait,
he, like,
wait,
smells his
wait.
arm.
No, I think it's the other way around.
Douglas just kind of like moves his
Toast
forearm
smells
to
like
his,
you?
nose. He like moves his forearm up to his nose. He's like, "No, I don't smell
Someone-
like toast."
Then you're
Someone's
not having a stoke.
Stoke.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck a stoke is, but all right.
She nods to herself.
Well, before anything, he puts on his raincoat and grabs his mask. I'll be out back if you guys need something. Before we go.
Better keep an eye on him in case he dies.
No, I will be going alone.
Whatever.
Why? Are you
Don't-
going alone?
Don't question it. There's something I need to do. It won't be anything crazy, and I will not be getting killed. Anyway,
Are you torturing
I'm
someone?
out to get shanked.
I'm going to go to the backyard of this establishment, and I'll be back. He says so as he grabs the piece of paper and leaves.
You grab the piece of paper and you walk up the stairs, passing Arthur on the way.
Mhm.
Didn't know we have a
Uh,
backyard.
he says, "Oh, hi, Arthur."
Hey,
He continues walking.
Are you gonna wear that to the fight club?
Katya says, looking you up and down. Douglas.
I mean, it's what I always wear. I mean, not always, but I mean, this is the new outfit that I've been wearing.
Uh-huh. You
I don't
wanna
really
get
have
your
it.
new outfit dirty?
Doesn't matter.
You're only saying that because you're not the one who has to wash it.
Come on, I wash my clothes every once in a while.
Sadie and Katya make eye contact.
If you want me to wear something else, I will.
Hey man, wear whatever you wanna wear. But I ain't cleaning it this time.
Douglas like gets up and tries to like find any other clothes he owns.
There is a decent amount of stuff down here. A lot of the clothes that are available in this bunker are more operative styled,
Yeah.
so
Soma
more
made a mask for
combat
everyone.
effective.
Soma has masks laid out for everyone, by the way. He made them. Got
Huh.
everyone be uniform.
Now you know what's gonna have to happen is you're gonna have to draw the whole, like a whole
yeah.
cover art of the group in their
Yeah.
outfits.
Yeah.
Douglas like looks at all the masks that are just like laid out, and he's all like, "Nah, I don't really wear them." Just kind of walks past them.
God.
I put a lot of work into those, you know.
So I just hear that, just like randomly,
Yes,
even though he's gone.
you do.
Soma's good at being everywhere and nowhere at once.
Like in my subconscious,
in
just
the back.
put a lot of work.
In the
Put a lot
back
of work
of
in
your
those.
mind.
No, I was imagining you changing into more of what Dylan drew Douglas wearing in his
Yeah.
latest rendition.
Mm-hmm.
That
Like
style.
like hoodie, like some sort of like little like half
I
mask.
have it in the art section.
Yeah,
I
it's in
believe.
the art section if you wanna look at it.
Yeah. Just gotta scroll up a little bit.
Yeah, it was posted on the 10th of July. Anyway, that was the style I was thinking you were more likely to wear.
Mm-hmm.
Little
Okay.
less conspicuous than the American flannel jeans cowboy look you kind of had going on.
Yeah. Also, well, I'm gonna draw a mask for Douglas anyway. What shape do you want it to be?
Rectangle.
You want a rectangular mask?
Shouldn't have taken a drink.
You know what? Okay. I'm gonna give you a tiki mask.
Oh God.
Yes.
Oh, I hate
Native
it.
American.
I'm gonna give him a legendary tiki mask.
Tiki Douglas.
Fucking hate that.
Tiki.
Ooh, ah, ooh, tiki, tiki.
So yeah, upstairs, Soma, you go outside. Well, first you have to go through the main area
Yeah.
where Kyoko is once again flipping through a manga. A different manga this time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's gonna walk past and then go out into the back area. And he wants to... He's, without spoiling anything, prepare for... he wants to prepare for the Fight Club by doing this one thing.
Uh-huh.
Which I
You
figured.
go out to the back and you find yourself not alone.
Oh?
There is a figure standing off to the side, one hand resting loosely in their pocket, the other kind of extended off to the side. There's a cigarette between her fingertips, and for just a moment, you have a flash. You see following her arm down to the cigarette between the fingers, and it looks familiar to you.
He looks closely.
You're looking at it, and the fingers look so long and pale to you. The cigarette just lit. It hasn't even had one drag on it yet. And as you're watching, the fingers part faintly and the cigarette begins to fall.
Is it who I think it is?
What do you want to do?
Are you? He says to her, or they. Or...
Are you just saying, are you?
Yeah.
Are you
Not
approaching?
finishing the sentence. Yeah.
So you start to walk towards them, saying that, looking towards that cigarette, and you feel this urge to stop it, to catch the cigarette, to give it back to her. And you find yourself reaching for the cigarette, reaching for the wrist, and all of a sudden there's motion in front of you as Rasada turns and looks at you. She has snapped her wrist up towards her shoulder. The cigarette is between her fingertips, half smoked, and she's looking at you with a cold stare. What the fuck do you want?
Sorry, momentary distraction. Go on with your.
She is looking you up and down, untrustingly. Can't get a moment of goddamn peace in the middle of nowhere, she says, and starts to walk towards the edge of the building.
He lets her.
She walks off.
Alright. He shakes his head a little bit and gets back on to what he was doing before.
Uh-huh. Are you keeping that a secret, or are you going to describe what you're up to?
He's gonna keep that a secret.
Okay. Coming back down the stairs, Arthur, you see Rasada with an odd expression on her face.
You good?
She walks over past you and then proceeds to lean up against the wall beside you. She casts a look in your direction, Douglas. Your weird friend of a problem with fucking cigarettes?
No.
Katya
He
in the
just has a
background
ridiculous
goes,
names.
I don't think you should fuck cigarettes.
How do you? No. Gotcha. No.
Bad.
she says, going back to lacing up her boots.
I mean, she ain't wrong.
Douglas is like still trying to like find like clothes. He's like just kind of like head deep in like just like a shitload of clothes.
God. Rosada kind of looks from Douglas to Arthur, and then down at her hand. He just tried to take my fucking cigarette. Like, tried to rip it out of my hand. He didn't even say anything.
That's weird.
I mean,
All of
He has
them
a
are
weird thing
weird.
with
I told you
lying.
we should just go, she says, giving you a hard look.
can Douglas hear it or no?
Oh, you can hear all of this.
Arthur responds quietly, whispering back, "Look, more bodies we got between us and the problem, the better."
I like meat shields as much as you do. However, the next time one of your meat shields tries to take one of my cigarettes, they're going to lose a hand. Capiche?
Arthur just shrugs. Seems fair to me.
Katya, who is now standing next to you, Douglas, looking at the two of them, murmurs to you, I don't like them.
What? I like quietly to Cassie just what? Arthur? Razak?
Yeah.
New people, you get used to them.
I don't want to get used to them. I'm tired of having to get used to new people.
Me too.
Pretty common occurrence with us.
Oh, God. Soma says, coming down the stairs.
I finally find like a sleeveless hoodie.
Yep.
Just like I like show it to Katya. I'm like, is this good? Does this work?
Be easier to get blood stains out of.
Fair enough. Like slowly take off my flannel and slip on the hoodie.
You go to take your flannel off, and you stare longingly at the flannel as you hang it delicately on the corner of your bunk. You go to put the new hoodie on, and for some reason you feel like you're cheating on someone. It pains you a little.
I like look at my arms, just like shows all my fucking scars.
That's good, Rosada says from the side. Makes you look intimidating.
Wait, what's up?
Your scars.
Oh,
They make
you
you
just
look
cut out, like-
intimidating.
Yeah, but it reminds me of bad things.
Well, unfortunately, that's the nature of business.
Yeah, I know.
So, are you ready to go yet, or are we going to proceed with the senseless banter?
I like lean over to Katya. I'm like, should I change my jeans as well, or should I keep those?
Oh my god, she says, throwing her hands up.
Hey, Douglas is a fashionista, man.
She, like, rifles through the thing you were looking through, looks at you, looks at some of the stuff, looks at you, grabs something out of it, and throws it at you.
I catch it, just like kind of hold them out. Just like, it's like, are these like just black pants?
Yes.
She says, going back.
Okay. Douglas like rounds the corner and changes his pants.
You do that. Once all of you are dressed and ready to go, you all have kind of accumulated in the main planning area of your little hideout. When you see Siri coming around the corner of the bunkhouse, she is
Summer's
tying
still
her
outside.
hair back. What were you saying?
Oh, Soma's still outside. I'm pretty sure.
At this point, you would have been done with whatever you're doing.
Oh, he would have been conducting his little ritual.
Mm-hmm. But you said you wanted to keep it a secret, so I was just gonna pass time.
Oh, okay. I figured there's gonna be something better. Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I'm gonna make you roll. I was just gonna have you do it on the side.
Okay.
So yeah, you guys are all grouped together.
Sir, you wanted to join us on this?
Well, I kind of owe you guys.
You
You
don't.
feel better?
I mean, I feel good enough. Katya in the background is shaking her head no.
Are you sure?
There's probably going to be a whole lot of people dying wherever we're going to go.
Well, then it wouldn't be my first experience with that, would it?
Arthur
not.
just shrugs. I don't know who you are.
Look, I'm the only one that's seen what these guys sort of look like. I mean, I didn't get a good look, but I know their voices.
We'll get you a disguise on the way. We can't risk blowing cover.
You really
Guess
think
that's good enough.
a disguise is gonna help?
Plausible
mean,
deniability.
I mean, if you think that'll work.
As long as you can, what, like hide your hair maybe? I don't know.
She kind of looks longingly at the long trail of pink hair.
Is it that much of a problem?
It's not a problem, but you know, our enemies.
Just pink hair. It's just a sign, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
You don't want. I mean, that's all your choice.
I'll take care of it.
She says, and walks away from you.
Okay.
Katya frowns at both of you.
What?
You're gonna let her come with us?
I mean, don't need to, but
I've heard noise. I mean, I don't think we can really stop her from coming with.
You've stopped me from going with you places.
yeah, but you're under our jurisdiction. She's
What is that supposed to mean? I'm not under your
Also, my
jurisdiction.
You're my daughter.
Okay, you maybe. Not him, though.
Yeah.
Look, what happens if those people see her or recognize her voice or her build or something and she gets hurt? That's gonna be
Oh.
on you
Disguise.
guys.
Yeah.
You know, bad things happen whenever we don't think about it
anything.
first. So what do we think? Let's take a vote. Do we leave her here or we disguise her and take her with?
Douglas is just kind of indifferent.
I don't think she should come with us.
Katya says very plainly.
That's
Sadie
one for
from
now.
beside you says, she did have a point though. She is one of the only people among us who even vaguely knows what these people look and sound like.
That's one for a yes.
I also say yes. Though I think a disguise will be in order.
Rasada elbows you, Arthur, and murmurs, "Extra meat shield. It's a lot harder to shoot through."
Yeah, I think we could take her.
But one more for yes.
I think so.
So you, Sadie, and Arthur say yes, and Katya says no.
Katya's
Thank-
looking at you, Douglas.
I look back, just kind of like, I mean, I don't know what. If she really
That's-
wants to come, she can just like wait and then follow us.
Uh,
Right.
Siri, how capable are you in handling
She's gone. She walked
deadly?
away.
Yeah,
He's like yelling
Siri's
this.
literally. Oh, you're just shouting across the bunker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. How are you good at handling deadly situations?
Well, I survived this one, didn't I?
She shouts back.
No, no.
It does take a lot of willpower to fucking survive in a freezing hole in the wall in the ground for a good amount of time.
I suppose that's true. How about combat? You're from the academy, correct?
I was, yeah.
I think she could use a little more experience then.
Katya is just staring at all of you.
I can't believe you.
She says,
I don't think that she should be frontline.
Oh,
Saying that you
absolutely
want
not.
her to get fucking experience.
Somebody will be here with her at all times.
Yeah? Sadie wasn't frontline last night either, and look what happened to her. She's lucky she's not in two pieces.
Well, to be fair, we did split up momentarily.
Someone did want to do some weird dumb shit.
That was not what I was doing. I was keeping an eye on the suspicious person before they kidnapped Sadie momentarily. It was only for a few moments.
Someone in Bloody Mary would definitely be categorized as weird, dumb shit.
I've done worse.
He's a
He has
pro
the
at
worst.
weird and dumb shit, Katya says.
I mean, shit, just look at our sparring matches. That's like probably the top of our weird and dumb shit.
I mean, you don't find out unless you fuck around.
Exactly.
Would you two get a room already?
Sadie says under her breath.
I have a room.
I also have a room. It's not really a room though. It's just a bed.
Is that an invitation? Sadie says, looking back and forth from the two of you.
I don't know what you guys are referring to.
Invite someone to my bed. Oh, that's where I sleep.
Oh my god.
We don't do that here.
Oh man.
I'm gonna go wait by the car or whatever the hell we're taking.
And you turn to go up the stairs, Rasada's already upstairs, like gone.
I look around the table. It's just me and Soma and Katya at this point that are just down there.
I
Alright,
mean,
well,
Sadie's
let's
still
go
there, but
Okay. But Sadie also left. Well, so what's the plan then? How are we gonna do this?
We go there and we sign up to fight? Question mark.
And then we fight?
Then we fight.
Alright. Katya, do you have any input?
Why do you ask me? You clearly don't care what I think.
she says, walking towards the stairs.
Of course I care what you think.
Uh-huh. She doesn't look back at you. She just goes upstairs.
Douglas just kind of like nods his head. Not nods, but like shakes his head.
It's the two of
Well,
you
then,
standing there. You hear some shuffling coming from the bathroom area where Siri has disappeared to.
Sadie, do you have any input?
Look, I said my piece. I mean, if she wants to take the risk, I think that we should let her take the risk. It's not
Oh, no,
like
I meant
she's
like
a
on the
prisoner
plane,
here.
like what we should do.
I mean, pretty sure you guys covered it. We go
Okay.
in, we find the freak with the mask, and we beat the shit out of him. Whatever we have to do to get to that point, we do. She shrugs.
Sounds good to me. Well, I guess we'll
I mean,
go outside then, and if she wants to come, she'll come up, right? And then
I'm
if she
coming
doesn't,
with
we'll wait
you.
live.
You hear Siri's voice from behind you. You look up, and Siri has approached. She is wearing an outfit similar to yours, Douglas, one of those sleeveless hoodies. She has the hood pulled very far forward, though, so that it covers over half of her face.
There's like those masks over there if you want to take one of those.
She is not wearing one of the ones that Soma has made, but she is wearing a mask.
Okay, like a half mask.
In fact, you don't recognize this mask. The mask is very strange to you. It actually looks like it has flowers, a flower design to it almost. It's very hard to see it in the darkness that the hood provides, but you think you see the hints of flowers and the like in that darkness.
Well, I guess we just go outside then, right?
yeah.
All right.
So, you guys head up. Everybody's kind of congregated by the vehicle. Okay, Sadie says, pulling up a one of her notebooks. So, we got the supposed location of where he's going to be working thanks to Cyrus. Can we trust it? I don't know. But after what he saw last night, I don't think he would do anything other than shoot straight with us.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to end up betraying us, to be honest.
Hope not. Hope not.
Hope not.
Not fun.
There is something odd about the location, though. I should probably tell you, she says, looking at you, Soma.
Uh-huh.
We've already been there.
When? Was that the first bar we went to?
She holds the paper out to you.
He looks.
She has hand sketched a map, and you follow the trail with your eyes, kind of trying to remember the layout of the area around you. It gets to an X over a spot that you have in fact been to before. Kind of out a ways away from everything. Beside the X, the word sewers is scribbled.
Yeah. Alright. I think this may just absolutely 100% be the place.
Are you gonna be up for this? Her tone has changed and you hear concern.
What do you mean?
After what happened, are you going to be okay going back there? It's not
I'll be
going
fine.
to affect you somehow, is it?
No, of course not. You know me. I mean, look how many tragic places that give us all trauma exist at the school.
Rosada is squinting at the two of you.
Yes?
Well, if she's concerned, I'm concerned.
Trust me, I'm fine. I've never been anything but fine.
I don't trust anyone, especially not you.
Hey, that's a fair point.
Whatever. Just know that if we get into trouble down there, you're on your own, and we don't know you. She puts a hand on Arthur's shoulder for a moment, and then flashes into her gun form.
Sounds like a plan. All right. Anybody else have any concerns before
damn.
we?
This is the second time now.
Oh god.
Oh.
Not the sirens.
God damn it, Cyrus! Stop getting wanted level.
He escaped the first time, only to be reinvestigated the second time.
Bro
Swear I
has
did
5
start the
stars.
time. Alright. Swear.
So, you guys pile in and head in the direction of the sewers.
Mm-hmm.
And you kind of ride in silence. There's not a whole lot that you guys want to talk about. There's this sort of excitement and anxiety tempering everyone within. And also the kind of bitter aftertaste of conflict. You can feel tension among all of you. It's not pleasant. You arrive at not the place that you entered from originally, but the small hatch that you managed to escape through.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see anybody around, but there are sounds.
Douglas just kind of stares at the hatch.
There are sounds coming from the hatch, which is cracked open, just like you left it.
That's fun. All right, who's ready to go down into it? Well, I know
Arthur.
I am.
Douglas just like
Arthur
looks at it
shrugs.
longingly. He just stares up the hatch like fucking with just great memories flowing through his head.
Oh yeah. What about you, Arthur?
I mean, I can take point for now, I guess.
Oh, I'll go in with you. Everyone, follow me. He heads in.
So you guys enter down that ladder that some of you have been on before. There are occasional cold stings as your fingers grace the metal and revive memories of that night. Flashes of ice, of impending death, of cold. You push them aside as you crawl down and manage to finagle your way across onto the main walk, and immediately as you round the corner onto that main stretch of the G-Can sewers, you hear a rumble of sound and voices. As you begin to walk towards it, you hear not only the hum of voices and cheering, but impacts. And with each of those thuds, you feel a tremor rush through the concrete beneath your feet. The area that you once saw as empty on your previous visit, you see a crowd up ahead. There are stands set up. There are hundreds of people down here, of all different types. You see the rich and affluent here, as well as bums, and everything in between, standing around these makeshift stands, if you will. And it looks nice. I mean, the stands look expensive. This doesn't look like your run-of-the-mill people threw this together last second. This looks like a high-dollar event. you see the main group in front of you is around a much smaller ring, and in the ring there are two people fighting, entirely duking it out.
He's just going to watch.
Trying to find my picture of them.
Douglas just looks around at the silver memory.
Douglas, you are having very painful memories. There's a door off to the side that you recognize. It is the same door that you found a dozen bodies behind not too long ago. These two guys are beating the ever-living fuck out of each other. And it doesn't look like there's any magic behind these punches. There are no abilities going on. It is just two men brawling, covered in blood. One man's nose is broken. Another has this massive set of bruising around one eye. Both of them are bleeding from multiple orifices. And the crowd is eating it up. You also take note of the fact that the crowd hasn't noticed you at all. In fact, you find it easily to pass into this first grouping and blend in with no problem. Nobody seems to pay you any mind. What do you guys want to do?
Someone's gonna watch intently, see who, just pay close attention to the fighters, what he might end up going against.
Arthur's thoroughly enjoying watching the fight.
Yeah.
The taller man is more built, and he looks like he has been in the military. He is muscled, his body toned from years of sculpting it and of physical labor. The other one is much younger. And there's a good minute where you think that the older one, the more experienced one, has got this in the bag. He is waylaying punch after punch, and it's all the younger man can do to keep his arms up to try and block and protect himself. And just when you think it's going to be over, when the man raises a hand, balls it into a fist, and prepares to strike him, he hesitates, looking at the boy who is breathing heavily, one hand braced on the ground in a sort of half crouch, trying to catch his balance. And it's that moment of hesitation that spells his end, as the younger one turns and with that hand that's on the ground instead moves, catching him with an elbow straight into the jaw. It's so fast that you can barely track the motion. And the older man goes down like a sack of bricks. He hits the ground and he does not move again.
Also, I put Douglas's mask into the thing.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Cheering erupts as the boy smiles to himself and stands up, straightens himself off, and tries to catch his breath. Judging by the way that he rolls his shoulders and is staring down at the man, you can tell that he was faking how much pain he was in a moment ago. He seems fine, if not for a darkened bruise around his eye and a bit of blood coming from out of his lips. There's an announcer somewhere, but you can't figure out where they're coming from. Bless you.
Thank you.
Douglas no, just Soma. It's just like, they don't seem. 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 They don't seem.
What was that? You cut out. Oh,
Douglas like nudges someone, just like, they don't seem too bad.
not terrible. I think I'd have better form though.
Yeah.
What, you think you could do better? One of the kids near the back of the group says, looking over at you.
What do you think, Douglas?
Honestly, I probably could. Been a while since I've fought.
Whoa,
Been a
whoa,
bit
whoa.
since,
He puts his hands up. You think he could just get into the ring?
I didn't figure you could. Imagine you had to sign up somewhere.
Well, yeah. You have to have a sponsor before you can fight.
How do I find one
sponsor?
of those?
Soma thinks to himself and he says, "Do you know where I can find?" Well, I guess you wouldn't know. A colleague of mine, someone I helped out not too long ago.
Look, if you're looking
you go
for
by
a
the name-
low-level sponsor, then go check the bar. There's always a few drunk idiots who are willing to pay people's ways in and
I have a
vouch for
friend.
them.
I have a friend actually. They go by Spender.
He stops. Now I know you're just fucking with me.
No, no. Tell me where they are. I'll go converse with them.
That's not a name you just throw around down here, okay? People don't just know Spender.
Well, I saved their life not too long ago.
Yeah, sure you did, kid. Another person
That's
who's
great.
standing nearby kind of leans back and murmurs, not taking his eyes off the ring, saying to you, "Look, you're in the little leagues right now. You want to talk to big fish like that, you're gonna have to go up to the big leagues. They only come out when you get through preliminaries. They're the type of people who are betting on their high-dollar contracts and their agents.
Hey, Douglas.
That's the
let's go
main
find-
event."
Let's go find ourselves a low-level guy. Show ourselves off a little bit. What do you think?
Sure, that sounds fun.
He stands up, sort of. As he does so, actually, he momentarily winces in pain, grabbing at. Actually, DM text me. Where would he have done it?
Where would he have done it?
Brain.
How about his chest?
I was gonna say shoulder, but that
Shoulder?
works.
I'll go with chest. I'll go with like center chest.
That works.
All right.
So yeah, Soma was in hot shot mode, turning, looking around for wherever the bar is, and then he just kind of buckles next to you.
So we
Don't worry about it. It was something I did for prep earlier in case we ended up, well, going into the ring.
you hurt yourself in preparation of going into the ring?
Don't worry about it. I'll show you.
Douglas says like in a question, like
Don't.
Oh, I don't want to hear it from you, Sadie says, pointing a finger in your direction, Douglas. Do you know what your daughter has been doing since you've been gone?
Yeah.
Do you know how
Anyway,
many
let's go.
times she has broken her knuckles on that goddamn rock?
yeah, and I felt every single time. Douglas like immediately goes into like a very serious kind of look.
It's all right. Anyway, let's go find one of these low tier. What do they call them again? Sponsors.
Sponsors?
Sponsor. The first kid from before says.
Let's show these guys how it's really done.
Yeah, okay.
He walks off, expectantly waiting for Douglas to follow, and if anyone else wants to follow.
Oh, behind.
Arthur might actually tag along.
All right.
So Soma, Douglas, Arthur, the three of you start, making your way through the crowd. The rest of your group has kind of dispersed a little bit to gather information. You do notice as you're making your way through the crowd, there is a bar set up around this smaller ring, but there is stuff further down into the tunnels. And whatever's set up over there, I mean, it almost looks like there is a rave going on. It looks like there's a whole cage set up. Like, multiple stories of stands constructed around it. There's a whole... It looks like somebody took a room and cut out, like, the ceiling and the wall of it and set it there. And it's like this expensive looking bar. Like, it looks like something out of one of the bars that you guys have seen. But, I mean, there are just dozens upon dozens of high dollar bottles. There are neon lights everywhere. The people in that area are a lot finer dressed.
He's gonna look for the less finer area. Also, as he's walking, he looks to Douglas and he says, "Right, I never told you about Spender. I saved their life last night, and they must be one of the clients here, one of the sponsors. So, I guess we can use this time to prove ourselves to them with one of the lower sponsors. Also, have you thought of a stage name yet?"
Me?
Yeah, you have to have a stage name for these things.
No, I don't have a stage name.
You have to think about that one.
Do I?
Yeah, you can't just go in as Douglas Ashford. I mean, that's a great name, but you want to think of something cool, intimidating, you know, as a title.
I mean, I could just go as my last name.
Ashford works.
Unless you could think of something better.
I'll keep you posted on that one.
So you guys approach the smaller bar that is set up near this much smaller ring. There are several people at the bar. A couple of them are chit-chatting on the corners. Some are seated, some are standing and drinking. There are a couple people with their heads down on the counters, looking rather upset and down on their luck. There are multiple men and women to choose from. What exactly are you looking for?
I'm thinking the people down on their luck. What do you think, Soma?
I say the people down on their luck. Let's make them a little money. And some for ourselves.
Yeah.
He's gonna walk up to the one that seems the most desperate.
That seems the most desperate. Okay. So there is I would say probably 50-year-old man. He's near the corner edge of the bar. He's got one arm laying flat on the bar with his forehead on it, and he's grumbling to himself about it. It seems like the people closest to him are giving him a wide berth. As you approach the bartender behind the bar, who looks like this. The bartender is passing him sliding him another glass, which is full of some kind of brownish golden liquid. The man takes it without even lifting his head from his arm.
Down on your luck?
What's it to you? Can a man drink in peace?
You looking for a fighter who might win you a good amount of money?
Buddy, he says and slaps a hand on your shoulder. I had two of the best damn fighters. I thought they were gonna make their way up to the prelims, but nope. They're fucking dead. They didn't even make it through the fun stuff. You think I'm gonna waste any more money on a couple of hot shots? You got another thing coming.
How about this? I'll give you an 80-20 cut.
He squints at you.
As in, you get the 80 and I get the 20? Are you stupid?
No. You get the 80, and I get the 20.
You see the man, he's like holding up his fingers slowly, trying to count. Why?
Well, we're new here and thought, well, you wouldn't really be losing much. If we win, you get plenty more money than what those other losers are probably giving you. And if we lose, well, same old gig.
So you just want me to waste all the money I have left to let you do some shitty entry fights? And I get to keep 80% of it.
Yes.
Kinda, yeah.
Sam,
prove
you're
ourselves.
you're stupid. You're a stupid man.
He reaches into his pocket and pulls out what looks to be some sort of token. The token has a skull on it. It is a blackish color. He places it down on the counter and then reaches into his other suit jacket pocket and drops a wad of cash onto the counter and waves at the bartender. The bartender finishes helping whoever he's helping and approaches. Looks you all up and down. Can I be of assistance, sir? The older man waves his hand in y'all's general direction.
Hey, the stupid kids want to fight, so let them fight.
The green-haired man looks at your grouping of people. All of you would like to fight?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Have you been here before?
No, we've been around, but we haven't been in a place like this.
There is a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. And how did you hear about our establishment?
We know people. We're in the know, as one would say.
Right. So
Actually,
you
he's-
are aware that this is a no-holds-barred establishment. As in, you go in and nobody is going to help you.
Yes.
No, I mean,
Well,
this-
I've been
I watched what
living.
happens that one dude.
I've been living off of those rules most of my life, so nothing new to me.
Cute, he says, pouring more into Sam's glass. I told you they're fucking stupid, Sam says and takes another drink. The bartender places his hand on the token and twirls it between his fingers. Right. Well then, I will arrange a few things. We'll see how you do in a few low-level fights. If you gain the attention of a real sponsor, perhaps you could even make it into the prelims.
I
But
look forward to it.
someone like you, I give you 2 minutes. He turns away from you and walks off.
Before he fully, walks away, I wanted to test something real quick because he made some preparations on the last session.
Okay.
So specifically, what he did when he made the deal with that man was to spread his name.
Mhm.
I'm going to say his name, and he says, just curious if my preparations have worked thus far. Have you heard a little thing about the Black Vanguard lately?
The bartender pauses momentarily in his twirling of the coin. And then he continues walking. I'll set up
Remember-
your first fight.
Remember the name King Nothing. After tonight, you won't forget it.
He, glancing back at you, there's a little flicker in his eyes. This time it's not suspicion, it is just interest and curiosity.
Even though he can't see it beneath the mask, he is smiling wide.
The three of you are left standing there by the bar. Sam pours the rest of his drink back and slaps it on the bar and turns around to look at you. Alright, what's your act? You got a background in fighting, or are you just plain stupid?
Well, I've been fighting my entire life, so is he. Actually.
Yeah, I'm asking for details, kid.
Like what
Have
style?
you ever...
Style, type, whatever you want to call it.
Mainly boxing.
That's good. That'll help you here in the entry fights.
My group back home, we managed to take down a witch.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but good for you.
Huh.
And the
I'll leave
cowboy.
that
You ever heard of Deirdre Volsung?
Not a damn word.
Don't look like the kind who's ever been to the States. It's just say I've got a bit of a family history with fighting.
Great. So I've got a boxer who might be okay. I got a weird small little guy who supposedly knows how to take down a witch, whatever that means, and I got a weird American who has a history with fighting. He makes air quotes with his fingers.
You'll see.
Oh,
I'm
you'll
gonna
see.
be fucking out of my money before I even get into the prelims.
Trust me, by the end of tonight, you'll be living lavishly.
Alright, you said this is your first time here, correct?
Yes.
So you're gonna need to know a few things. That ring there, he lifts a hand, his little wobbly, pointing to the ring where you just saw the two men beating the shit out of each other. The bodies have been cleared, and it is currently empty right now. The people standing around and chatting and waiting for the next appearance. That ring, it's a no, how do you say? No funny stuff. You catch my drift?
I prefer to rely on my own abilities.
It's, what do the Academy weirdos call it? Magic?
What about magic?
You can't use it. It's a beat down with fists. Nothing else. No weapons. No weird abilities. You just beat the living fuck out of each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Arthur sighs dejectedly. They never let any funny business.
Now hold on there. Judging by the looks of ya, you look kind of like some of them Academy types. Like the top dogs right now. So listen, if you really think you can make it through the entry stuff, if you can make your way up to the prelims, you'll be able to use whatever weird stuff you got going on about you, alright? Your fancy gun you got slung over your shoulder, magic, whatever you wanna call it. Anything goes in the big ring. He points in the direction of the cage. But
That's what I was hoping to hear.
the only way you get into the big cage is if you fight your way through the entries and get into the prelims. And only one new contestant from the prelims is allowed to enter the championship. You'll be going up against the best of the best. So, be prepared.
No time
Because
to waste.
this ring is a no holds barred. They'll knock you out in here, they might kill you, but that ring? 2 go in, 1 comes out. You catch my drift?
Alright.
The only way you walk out of the cage is of your own will, or you're dragged out in pieces. So do me a favor and don't fucking lose.
Well, I'm ready.
Yep.
That's good, you hear from behind the bar. Because I've just arranged for your first competition. You, he says, pointing at Douglas.
Yeah.
You're going first.
Sounds good.
Arthur will pat Douglas on the back and say, break a leg. Or 2.
Sam starts laughing heartily at this comment. You know what? I got a good feeling about you. I might actually watch this one. Standing in the ring is a... I'm trying to find his picture. I don't know where it is, though. Oh well, I'll find it here in a minute. Oh, here he is. This man is standing in the smaller ring. And he says, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next set is about to begin. Would my 2 entrants please approach the ring?" You watch as on the far side of the ring, a hooded figure hops over they have kind of these walled barricades set up. It's not caged in, but there are walls about chest level surrounding, and this hooded figure has placed both hands and lithely hopped over and into the ring. That's you, boy. Don't disappoint.
I won't try.
What are you gonna do?
Starts walking towards the ring.
Okay. At first nobody really, they're kind of looking around waiting for the contestant, but as you near the front and people start to realize that you're the first one to go up, they part and you make it to the barricade. Do you hop in? You approach the man at the center. The hooded figure on the far side of you is standing there, cracking at their knuckles. Their skin is a pasty white. You can't really get a good look at them from under the hood. The man with the red eyes raises his hands at both of you. 2 people enter, 1 person leaves. These are the small leagues. We don't give a fuck what you're called here. You have to earn the right to have your name known. There's laughter from around the ring, a bit of jeering. You start hearing soft comments and murmurs from the people at the very front about who looks worse. The announcer looks from one of you to the other. This is a no magic fight. I will not tolerate any rule breakers. Are we understood?
Yep.
You hear a soft voice come from the person across from you. Understood. Good. He backs away and hops up onto the barricade. There's one of the taller pieces of concrete supports, and he kind of leans against it and gestures to the ring. Well, what are you waiting for? We don't have all night. Before you even get a chance to react, you feel the motion of air moving as your eyes flicker from him to the person who was, a moment ago, several feet away from you, now just inches from impacting their fist onto your jaw. I would like you to roll a counter for me.
Just a D20?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Do I anything or no?
Nope.
Nope. God. 20.
Oh my
no.
god. How would you like to dodge and or counter this since you rolled yourself a 20?
I just barely slip out of the way and just catch the person with an uppercut.
You catch this person just right on the bottom of their jaw and the hood is thrown off and you find yourself staring at a girl. She has dark green hair that is pulled back into kind of space buns on either side of her head. She looks rather rough, very thin, a bit malnourished, but aggressive as she staggers backwards, tries to get her bearings and create a bit of distance from you. It's your go. What would you like to do?
Get into a fighting stance.
You're just gonna get into a stance? You're not gonna do anything? You get into a stance, and she observes you, confused. You hear a shout from one of the onlookers saying, "What the fuck are you waiting for?" The girl shakes her head and then comes at you again. This time she is going to try and keep her upper body distance from you by attacking you with a foot. Go ahead and roll another counter. 15? So she goes to kick you and you throw your arm up and block it. You guys matched. Her foot meets your forearm in this almost perfect block. What would you like to do?
Can I try to grab her foot as she kicked me and try to throw a hook?
Yeah.
Right hand.
Go ahead and make make 2 separate d20 rolls for me. Let's see how that goes. Oh god.
Nat 20 for the
Oh
first
my god.
one.
She rolled a nat 1 for the first one.
Oh no.
And
That
then
woman is going to die.
Oh my god.
This is
And then
Queen versus the
18
Hooded
for-
Men all over again.
Oh, it is.
and then 18 for the second one.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, so tell me exactly what you do.
So you know how like in MMA fights, right? People can catch like the foot as it's like coming in.
Yeah.
So when he blocks it, he kind of scoops, holds the leg, pulls her forward, and just rocks her.
God. With those rolls and with how badly she rolled, you do exactly that, and it goes exactly how Douglas pictures it in his pre-planning in his head. You clock this girl, and it throws her back against the barricade. Her body slumps back against the concrete and drops to the ground. Several onlookers are slapping at the sides of the barricade trying to get her to get up. There's blood streaming from her nose and from the sides of her mouth.
Douglas just starts stretching.
Huh! You guys hear Sam say from where he's watching beside you at the bar. Well, that was impressive. The red-eyed man drops down, walks over, nudges at her with a foot, and her head kind of rolls to the side and she does not move. He moves a hand towards you, Douglas. In what might be our fastest fight of the night so far, we have ourselves a winner. He glances in you guys' direction. Consider me impressed, Sam.
It's been a while since one of yours did anything useful. There's laughter from more of the people around. Sam flips him a middle finger. You can leave, he says to you, Douglas, gesturing to the barricades.
She's alright. She's like dead.
Do you really care?
A little bit. Kinda.
He crouches down and moves a hand gently, caressing the side of her jaw and placing 2 fingers on the side of her neck. You see an almost pulse within the red of his eyes. A predatory gleam. And it's gone in a flash. She lives. For now.
That's good. And then Douglas just gets out of the ring.
Behind you, several people have hopped the barricades to remove her body from the ring. The rest of you watch as Douglas approaches you.
Soma begins clapping.
Sam is also clapping.
Yeah.
First fight in a long time. First fight in a long time.
Pretty clean.
I used to do this shit all the time.
It doesn't take long for the ring to be cleared and the red-eyed man to approach the center of the ring again. Our next 2 entrants, please approach the ring. The green-haired bartender kind of leans forward, placing his elbows on the bar and resting his chin on his crossed fingers. Well, well. Can't wait to see you fight. He winks at you, Soma.
Wow, it's been a long time. What will I do this
Somewhere in the distance, you feel Sadie's irritated sigh.
Hold on. Before I answer, he's just sort of counting on his fingers, and he says, "What will I do? What will I do?"
They're like
Question.
Shondarism.
It's no magic, but only no magic, correct?
What the hell does that mean? Sam says, looking at you with concern.
No rules against bringing in outside objects, as long as they're not magical, correct?
No weapons, he says, pointing at you. You're gonna get us kicked out of here.
Okay.
Yeah, you see Arthur currently pulling knives out of all of his clothes again and putting them in a bag.
What if it's not technically a weapon?
Sam is staring at Arthur as he's taking all the knives out of his purse. The green-haired man is also staring at Arthur.
Kid, anything's a weapon if you try hard enough.
Fair enough.
What he
Okay.
said, Sam says, pointing.
He's going to walk towards the ring and sort of just jump in.
You hop into the ring, and you are actually the first one in the ring. You approach the red-eyed man. He looks you up and down curiously.
He
Creepy
sort of just
mask you got
wait.
there.
He waves in a sort of, how should I say it, excited manner.
You sure this is the place for you, small fry?
Well, if I had $1 for every time somebody said that to me, I'd be rich, and I wouldn't be here.
Well,
Douglas like yells behind him. He's all like, he's pretty much close to what I am.
Douglas, you're a lot bigger than Soma is.
Yeah.
trying to,
Soma
like,
uses his cunning
Trying to
more
egg
than
on
his
Soma,
strength.
just like I'm trying to like egg on Soma. He's like, he's pretty close to how strong I am.
A familiar figure approaches, hopping into the ring. It is the young one from before, the one that was fighting the military vet when you guys first entered. He has managed to clean the blood off of his face, for the most part. And he is approaching the center of the circle. He's got at least a foot on you.
Yeah. A foot? That would mean he's like 6'8".
He's tall.
Or 6'9". He'd
He's
be almost 7 foot
tall. He's a big guy. He's not, like, super built, but he's tall.
Okay.
He kind of looks down at you and tilts his head and smirks. Wow. This should be quick.
Soma says nothing.
Red Eyes looks between the two of you. Must I repeat myself, or are you familiar with our rules?
Oh, I'm very familiar.
Good. He starts backing up. Begin. He hops up without, this guy with his hands shoved in his pockets just hops on top of this barricade, which is a good 4.5 feet tall, effortlessly.
Yeah. In a sort of proper position, putting his hands together, but sort of near his stomach. He just waits. He's actually going to keep an eye. He's going to look at the man. I want to roll perception to see if he has any weak points.
Okay, go ahead.
That is a 17.
You are noticing that he is moving his jaw, kind of working his jaw a little bit in an almost pained way.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a tick. And you definitely still see the bruising around his eye and that part of his face.
Mm-hmm.
You're not seeing anything in his regular body that seems to be paining him at the moment. If he is in pain, he is hiding it very well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
He is also just standing there with his arms crossed.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well,
he will wait.
He says, looking at you.
He says nothing.
So are you guys gonna make out now or what? Rasada says from the barricade.
He actually laughs out loud.
Your opponent cracks a smile. She's a bit of a looker. Kind of funny too. So, you come here often, he says, uncrossing his arms and kind of resting them on doing kind of like the belt buckle rest thing, as he paces around you.
No, but I'll be remembered here, among these halls.
Yeah, me too. I mean, I could fight my way up to the prelims, but mostly I'm just here to make a little dough and watch the carnage later. Maybe pick up a few chicks on the way. He glances at Rasada.
Respectable.
Arthur, I will add, you have definitely noticed he is looking at Rasada. Rasada is not trying to be stealthy at all. She is leaning on the barricade with her arms crossed.
God.
Well, shall we?
I suppose we shall.
Being that it's your first time, I really feel like I should let you have the first hit.
No, please. Please demonstrate me.
If you insist, he says, and he winds back. Go ahead and roll me a counter.
Alright. That is a 19.
It is a straight punch and it is easy to dodge.
He's going to just sort of weave out of the way. At the last second, before the punch is about to hit him, he just weaves.
You maneuver to the side, and the man stumbles forward a bit with the punch, recollecting himself and glancing back at you. You're a fast little fucker, aren't you?
I've been told.
He cracks his knuckles. It is your move.
He's going to... I'm going to roll perception again. Because he's planning. I like to use my cunning with him.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to pay attention to his breathing. That is an 18.
You're paying attention to his breathing. You can definitely tell that he is inhaling sharply, preparing himself for another strike. But there's the slightest hitch to his inhale, as though he is experiencing a bit of
pain, maybe somewhere in his chest or in his ribs. You aren't sure. He's not really projecting it.
Yeah. He just watches closely. Takes about 3 steps back.
He goes in for another swing at you.
Alright. I am rolling high tonight. What the fuck?
You really are, and I'm
What is
rolling
it?
very low.
Yeah.
I just rolled a fucking 9.
I rolled a 19.
Jesus!
I don't know how I'm doing this.
God
Soma,
bless.
man.
He goes in for another swing on you. This time trying for a much shorter and faster approach, seeing if he can maybe hit you this time. He does not. You are easily able to maneuver away from it. Is this gonna take all night? You hear somebody shout from the side. I think we're disappointing our fans, he says, smiling awkwardly at you.
He's just going to perception roll again. Keep an eye on perhaps sweat beating down his face.
You do see a hint of perspiration. But it doesn't seem that he's anxious. You get the hint that maybe he's just a bit worn out still, like he hasn't completely recovered from the last fight. This time he goes in to try and hook you with a foot and grapple you.
Oh, really?
And he rolled a lot better this time.
I swear to God, I am not cheating. Soma is just on fire right now, pun intended. That is a nat 20.
Oh my fucking god. Yeah, so he tries to grapple you. What would you like to do?
Well, with that, he is going to simultaneously make a strike center of chest.
Ooh.
Liam is dying.
Liam, are you
I
good?
just hear boop,
What?
boop, boop,
What's
boop,
happening?
boop. That's all I hear
There's a
from
very
him.
weird...
It's gone now, I think. Yeah.
Huh.
Oh wait, still kind of there, but it's not noticeable.
My headset's probably just dying. Hold on. I'll screw around with it.
God.
Yeah. Try unplugging it and plugging it back in.
That better?
Yeah.
Nope.
Nope.
God.
There we go.
Oh.
God damn it. Hang on.
I just hear boop boop boop. Well, anyway.
So yeah, you managed to catch him straight in the center of chest, and he actually buckles with the hit, an arm curling around his stomach as he loses all of the air he had. He does manage to stagger backwards out of the grapple with the hit and try and get into a defensive stance, but you can tell that you have hurt him.
Am I able to go for a second strike?
Yes.
That is a 16.
What are you trying to do?
He's going to kick him behind the knee.
So you go in to try and get your foot on the back of his knee, and he actually manages to dodge you, but he stumbles in the process and manages to cough a little bit. In his attempt to dodge, he has kind of slammed himself back against the barricade. You hear a raspy, almost breathless cough come from him as he tries to brace himself.
Soma forfeits back into a formal position.
He pushes himself up off of the barricade, catching his breath. And this time he looks more focused. He is going to... What is he going to try and do? he's gonna move in, one arm guarding his chest area defensively, the other arm brought up kind of next to it off to the side a little bit, and he's studying you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you shifting with him so that you keep facing him, or are you allowing him to kind of move around you?
He's gonna allow him to move around me.
Okay. So you just kind of stand there. And he doesn't seem to know what to do with this. As you have realized his strategy, that he is very good at dealing with a super aggressive, repetitive opponent, but all these pauses you keep giving, he doesn't seem to know what to do with them. It's sort of stressing him out. He goes in for another swing at you. Jesus Christ,
Alright.
this poor guy.
What did he roll?
A 3.
I rolled a 14.
Oh my god. This one is also easy to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
Enough for you to make a counter strike if you would like to.
He's going to strike his jaw upwards, sort of an uppercut with his
Ooh.
palm.
Yeah, you go ahead and roll for that actually. Let's see how bad the damage is. Oh my fucking god.
That is an 18.
Yeah, you catch this guy almost with like a slap motion, catching him at the bottom of the jaw, kind of throwing his head to the side, and this guy spins sideways and hits the barricade again and kind of slides down it, his fingers curled around the concrete edges of it to the point that they begin to bleed as his fingers start to tremble.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, you hear him say, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. He struggles to pull himself up on the barricades. What would you like to do?
He... Taking advantage of hitting his weak spots, he's going to... I will go for a strike. I want to go for a straight kick to his chest.
Okay. Roll.
That is a 19. I don't know how I've rolled this many 19s.
Oh, he rolled a 4. Oh my god. He like just turns around on the barricade trying to stand up when your foot hits his chest, and he slams back into the barricade. He, not on purpose, spits a mouthful of blood onto your mask. Just from the impact.
He slowly raises his thumb and wipes it.
The kid tries to grab onto your shoulders, if only to steady himself at this point. Maybe grapple you again and keep you close to him so you can't get enough room to swing with so much space. He's clinging to you. And he is a lot heavier than you, so it is a bit encumbering.
Yeah. He's going to sense his leg. So wait, what position are we currently in?
So you guys are like facing each other, and he's got his arms kind of around your like shoulders, your neck, kind of. It almost looks like you two are hugging each other. Like he's trying to cling on to you and make it hard for you to do much of anything.
Like a normal grapple.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. He is going to grab the tail part of his jacket and try to wrap it up and over his head.
Oh shit. Okay. Roll for
That is a 16.
it. As you're trying to do this, you manage to get it like pulled up over top of him, but he's still got an arm free. And he goes for a counter while you're doing this. I need you to roll a dodge for me.
That is a 11.
Finally, he rolled something better than you for once. You feel a sharp impact to like right where your kidneys are. Like just it is so fast. It's like the strike that you saw him make on the vet that went down. Like it comes out of nowhere and it jabs so deep in you feel like a blade has just impacted you.
All right. He will hold strong, sort of making a sharp exhale at the punch. And I would say the tail part of his coat is covering both of them on the top?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
For sure.
Um,
Rasada, leaning against the barricade, goes, "Oh my god, they're totally making out."
Question for the DM. Weapons aren't allowed, and objects that could be used as weapons are allowed, but I don't think this would be disqualifiable, would be biting.
Nope. Not disqualifiable.
Nope. So, grabbing the two ends of his jacket, he's going to pull him closer and go for a bite.
Oh no, bro!
On his neck.
Oh no, bro.
That is a 17.
Oh my god! The Wendigo's coming out! He is not able to stop you.
He goes for a bite on his neck, where his shoulder muscle
There is this, so for all of you onlookers, there's this awful scream as whatever happens under the blanket, like you guys can't see underneath the hoodie and any of the upper halves of their body, but you do see a spray of blood hit the ground in between the two of them. There is a visceral reaction from the crowd where many of them are like, "Oh fuck," and like starting to get louder. The crowding, they're getting closer to the barricades.
And after he does this, he's going to use the grip he has on the jacket to throw the man to the floor.
Roll.
Alright.
I don't even nudge Arthur. I'm just like, did someone fight him?
That is a 10.
Man, I thought I fought dirty.
You two, as you're going to throw him to the floor, he has a strong enough grip on you that he takes you with him.
Okay.
So now you're both on the ground.
Who's on top?
You are.
Yo.
Douglas getting jealous. This is not good for my fanfic.
That I was expecting.
So,
I don't even know that there's a fanfic. I still don't know.
So, when he went for the bite, he sort of... Oh, hold on one sec.
What is a fanfic?
Okay, I'm back. So when he went for the bite, he sort of half pulled up his mask, so it's still covering his face. And so before he tries to force himself up, he gives a sinister smile in his direction.
The man looks horrified.
Would he see a sort of small shine from his horn?
Yes.
Right.
Not the horn, the fucking, like, the antler nub that has started to come through. That's the glimmer.
Yeah, so he is going to force himself up. Do I need to roll for that?
No.
Okay.
Because at this point, all he can do is lay back on the ground with one hand gripping at the side of his neck, which is spewing blood, and staring at you in horror.
Yeah. So, as he stands up, before he fully puts his mask down, no one can see his face, but he's going to rub the blood from his mouth. And you know how, like, when you hit somebody as the hag in DBD, she does that hand motion?
Yeah!
Man.
Yeah, say, like, you know how, like, Legion has, like, like, weird blood on his mask, like a
Mhm.
smiley face,
Mm-hmm.
and do some shit like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, this man, he's staring at you, shaking, trying to block the bleeding from his neck, but very quickly his fingers start to slip from it, and he actually passes out from the pain.
Hmm.
Red
Yeah,
Eyes
Soma-
hops down, hands in his pockets, and starts to approach. He comes over and he kind of kicks at the body a little bit.
Mhm.
Well, I guess that's not allowed. He's staring at the neck wound. You see this almost like longing look in his eyes for just a second, and then it's gone. Let's
Mhm.
get this mess cleaned up. I think we can call it. He gestures to you.
He just begins walking out of the ring.
Do we have a Dracula in the ring?
Soma approaches, blood still on his mask. The scent of blood heavy in the air. Sam is staring at you. Did you? You know what? I don't fucking know. I don't want to know.
Good. I don't like questions.
That's you know what? That's
I like-
perfectly fine.
I try to give like Soma a high five.
Soma high fives him.
Do like, whenever I imagine like us doing a high five, it's just the shit from like Seven Deadly Sins with like what is it, Bane or Bon?
Bon?
Bon and Meliodas.
Bon Amelia?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
God.
Soma is not that short.
I just keep imagining it. Just
I don't
being
know.
that
I've
short. I
always
don't know why.
imagined Soma that short. Like I've imagined
too
him
bad.
like being the shortest one in the party.
He's just under 6 foot.
I've always imagined him as like
He's
5
just
fucking 4.
He's just a small dude.
It's
He-
the
he-
5'11" friend versus the
The
6
6 foot
friend.
friend.
Oh my god. So yeah,
He's
just
he's
like
not actually that short, guy.
just like before, the ring is cleared and the next entrants are called.
Mhm.
Sam looks over at you. Well, cowboy,
Time to show these amateurs how to party. Arthur heads towards the ring.
the bartender is watching with interest. Soma, it seems you have lost a bit of attention that you were getting a moment ago.
That's fine.
I like try to resonance with Katya. Just kind of ask her, did she see my fight?
You do not get a response from Katya.
Oh.
Yeah, so, you enter the ring. As you're entering the ring, Risada kind of places a hand on your shoulder as you're passing by, almost lovingly, in this very effeminate manner that you're not used to seeing, and she says, "Don't lose," and lets you go. Several of the people around the ring are looking at you rather jealously.
He looks back at her and he says, "You know I never do."
She rolls her eyes and takes a sip of her drink.
And he will hop into the ring.
You hop into the ring. What are you supposed to be? Some kind of John Wayne wannabe? You hear very similar jeers to this from multiple people around the barricades.
Boy, I will lay you out.
The onlookers are giggling to each other and pointing. Think you're gonna have to get in line. You turn to look, and coming out of the crowd on the far side, very easy to see because he towers over them, is an absolute unit of a man. This guy is at least, 6.5, close to 7, and he is built. He has nothing better to do. Somebody hurt him, and he has decided to spend all of his life in the gym.
Bro, what happened to you? Her.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
He approaches and looks down at you, and he just grins slowly.
Arthur just tips his hat.
You sure you don't want to take that off, little man?
Ah, nah. Personally, I quite like it.
Does look kind of nice. Think I might take it for myself once I lay you out. He cracks his knuckles.
Eh. You don't really have anything I'd want once I put you on the ground.
Are you two done chit-chatting? Red Eyes says.
Oh yeah.
Then by all means. He backs up toward the barricade. The man looks at you, kind of looks you up and down.
The second that the dude says that we're good to go, Arthur immediately goes for an uppercut.
Okay.
Like just out of nowhere in a flash, and that's a 19.
As you go in for this uppercut, a flash of speed, he catches your palm. He catches your fist in his palm. And you feel the crushing strength of his fingers as he glares down at you. That wasn't very nice. And he proceeds to, using the hold on your fist, try and pull you with his arm, pulling your arm back and trying to pull you directly into him. Roll me a counter.
Sure thing. 17?
He headbutts you.
Ouch.
All of the good rolls that I didn't get intelligence, I'm getting now.
Yeah, I had a feeling.
Oh my
I had
god.
a feeling that I fucking had all of my luck stolen.
Yeah, so he has caught your fist from your uppercut attempt, jerked you forward, and proceeded to headbutt you, and you're swimming for a minute. This guy's head is like a fucking rock.
Ugh. Oh,
He
and you're
lets
the one
you
complaining about manners.
lets you go for a minute, kind of watching, chuckling to himself as you stagger sideways. What would you like to do?
What's the floor made out of in this arena?
Concrete.
Damn. Okay, so he is going to go in and he's gonna try to go for essentially a fake out.
Mhm.
He's gonna make it look essentially like he's just pissed and he's going to rush it straight forward, but then he's going to try and slide between this guy's legs to get up behind him.
So roll me a presence check.
Presence?
Yep.
For
a fake out? Yeah.
Why? This isn't the kind of shit that Arthur does.
You were the one who wanted to do a fake out.
But I made him made him dex based because I thought that was gonna be the fucking stat that he used.
I mean, yeah. Like if this was a flexibility thing, sure, but a fake out is a stealth thing. It's a presence thing. It's a trying to fool the other person thing.
But that's
I feel like it would be like a sleight of hand thing, so I feel like that would probably be more dex-ish.
I mean,
yeah,
if you want to roll
it's a
dex, I'll
sleight
let
of
you roll
hand
dex.
move. I would much rather roll dex.
Just remember you
Because
don't
that
have
goes-
Versado with you.
That goes from a soft 20 to a 32.
I gotta do math.
Oh shit.
You just barely managed to pass. So where were you trying to head him?
So he's literally going to slide, but like between this dude's legs, and then jump up and fucking elbow him directly in the fucking back of the center of the neck.
Shit. So yeah,
You just barely managed to pass him. He thought you were going for a swing, so he braced for it, and the space between his legs is just enough so he's very tall. So you pop up behind him and go to slam your elbow into the back of his neck. Go ahead and roll for that hit, because I just want to know how weird it's gonna be.
It's a natural 20.
Well, fuck. Hmm. Why are y'all rolling so many goddamn crits?
I don't
Because
know.
it's funny. And it does a lot of damage.
This poor guy.
He just beat the shit out of me.
This poor guy. You
This
catch
poor-
him on the back of the neck. And for a minute, you don't think you did anything. Because he just stands there. This guy's a fucking brick wall. And then he kind of teeters a little bit. And he just drops to the floor.
Arthur just turns around, spreads his arms out to the crowd, and says, "Anyone else want to call me John Wayne?"
The crowd is rather quiet. There's like slow clapping from the bar where Sam is sitting. Red Eyes comes over, reaches down, taps him on the shoulder. Well, shit, he says. Huh. He kind of uses his palms and with effort heaves the guy over, and he is just staring straight up. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call this one. He nods a little to himself. I guess we have our winner. He gestures to you.
Told you it was amateur hour. And he just steps on the guy as he's walking back towards the exit of the pit,
Soma welcomes him.
picks up his knives
I
and
also-
starts
I
putting
also
them
welcome.
back in his cloak.
Boys, Sam says, and he does that thing where he like wraps his arms around all three of you and grabs you and pulls you in. I think this is the start of an interesting relationship we got going on here.
I'm inclined to agree.
You keep this up
Sure.
and you might just win your way into the preliminaries.
That'd be cool.
I'd be interested in an actual challenge.
No time to waste.
So-
When's the next one?
As soon as you want it to be, honey, the green-haired man says, pushing himself up off of the bar.
Well, I do enjoy the taste of blood.
There's this twinkle in the bartender's eyes as he glances at you and walks away again. So for the next couple of hours, the night proceeds as such. There are smaller entry-level fights in this small ring. You guys, I'm going to have each of you roll, let's say, each of you roll me 4 separate d20s and tell me, or put them in the group rolls so I can see what they are, and I will tell you how your fights go leading up to the night. While this is going on, is there anything that you guys want to do in between your sets?
I think Douglas would just be
Between?
stretching and maybe like looking around.
Mhm.
Just not like in specific, just looking around between the crowd and everyone.
Between sets, Arthur would probably be asking around for details on the person he's looking for.
Yeah, what specifically, like, who are you looking for, who are you asking, and what are you saying?
Excuse me. So he's asking if, hold on. He's asking basically if anybody's seen a person who looks like they've come out of a burn ward, because he's looking for this person that he was told was one of his targets that was gonna be here. And I'm pretty sure that's basically what the people look like who've been afflicted.
It is not so much like burned. I mean, yeah, that could be a little bit of the effect, I suppose. Hold on a second, I'm trying to write down all you guys' numbers.
I mean, he's seen what they look like before, like the telltale signs, so he's just gonna be describing those.
Okay, so it's 17, 9, 19, 13.
We all had pretty similar rolls.
Yeah, we had one shit roll.
Like one shit roll, one actually. You had like all above 15 except for 7.
Yeah.
So like one shit roll, one mid roll, and then 2 good rolls. But you just have
Yeah.
3 good rolls and 1 shit roll.
I mean, 16's still beatable.
I think anything above a 12 is pretty decent.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is how... Well, I'll get back to that in a minute. So, you're asking people if they've seen somebody who's come out of the burn ward. You get varying responses to this. One of them is, a lot of people look like that after they get out of the ring with Cinder.
So
He probably narrows down his description. Although he will also ask who the fuck Cinder is.
You don't know who Cinder is? He's only like one of the top fighters in the big leagues.
Yeah, I ain't exactly from around here.
Look, they swipe through their phone. It's several girls that you're chit-chatting with right now. And they pull up a picture. Which I will post for you when I find it. There he is. You actually see... this is the image that they pull up. And you see there's this sort of smoke in the background of the picture that seems to be rising around him. It does seem to be like one of those photos they use almost like in sporting leagues and in other very high-ranking fight leagues. He even has a number in the bottom right corner, which is 12.
I'm gonna make that first fight Soma did the reason why he has that bloodstain on his mask.
Arthur takes note of that, and then he says, "Yeah, it ain't exactly what I meant. My friend who I'm looking for, it's not quite burns. It's a little kind of like that, but they look fucked up in a spiritual sense, if that makes sense."
The girls are looking at you. One of them's looking at you kind of peculiarly, and the other one is uncomfortable with you now.
If you ain't seen them, I'll keep looking.
You do that, they say, and turn back to watch the ring. How about you, Douglas? There's a couple hours that are passing by. What kind of investigation or questions or anything do you want to do? Or are you mainly focused on the arena the whole time?
Mainly focused on the arena, and I mean, maybe taking like glances through the crowd. but nothing like too investigative.
Glances through the crowd. What are you looking for?
I guess like uh, anything like any like masked figures, just anyone of any sort of suspicion,
There's Soma.
anything that fits.
Chandler's Soma. He
Soma.
looks fucking
I
suspicious.
just like I like see just like someone's just like standing next to me, just like nah, definitely not him.
Are you wearing your tiki mask?
No, I'm not wearing the tiki mask
Why not?
Oh god.
because I didn't grab it. I didn't grab the tiki mask when we
We should have
left.
grabbed the tiki mask.
God.
Also, been gross. It like dripping like black shit underneath it.
Soma, how about you?
He is calmly smoking a cigarette and watching each and every winner as they complete their matches, keeping a close eye on them.
That's fair. You do hear some chatter here and there about the fighters who are going to be in the big leagues tonight. And there are murmurs about some of the new entrants that might actually have a chance. You can only assume they're talking about you. I mean, you are cocky after all.
Yeah.
As it stands, the way that the dice have fallen, out of your 4 matches, Soma, you won 2 by a large margin. The third one you lost, but only barely, and the fourth one you tied on.
Okay.
So you didn't take too bad of a beating. You've definitely recovered enough at this point.
Yeah.
As it stands with Douglas, you only lost 1 match.
I have to ask. Does stone skin matter during these fights?
It is magic.
It's magic.
Is it technically magic?
Yes.
Even though it's like a passive thing?
Yes.
Alright.
Yep. If you would like to investigate that, you can try.
Investigate how? Like, what do you mean?
You've noticed that your stone skin in almost every fight has protected it from hurting, and you would have noticed in these fights that you are not being protected from the pain as much as you usually are.
Soma's gonna look over at Douglas. Is he like looking down at himself?
Probably.
Yeah, I would say Douglas is like looking around, like looking at his like bruising, just like kind of surprised at how bad it is.
Worried about your magic?
Yeah, usually I have something that doesn't make me bruise as bad as I usually do.
Yeah, they have some sort of field that disables magic in the ring.
Just for the better or worse, right?
I figured so.
Keep it so people don't cheat.
So yeah, Douglas, you actually did better than Soma. You only lost 1 fight, but you lost that fight by a lot.
Oh.
But that was one of your first fights, and that seemed to kick you into gear with the other ones, which you won. Arthur, you did not. You lost 1 fight, but barely. By like 1 point. Actually, wait, no, hold on. I'm looking at the wrong line. You lost 2. But each one of them was by 1 point.
Damn.
So that would basically line out to you had some very close fights.
Yeah,
your
you'll take
matchups
that.
were very, very close to each other. All of your numbers were pretty damn close to each other, except for the first fight, which you won, like, catastrophically. But yeah, so you guys have kind of gathered back at the bar with Sam, and that's where it is. And a lot of murmuring is going on. There's a lull in the fights as And rumor is spreading that the preliminaries are getting ready to begin. Sam looks at all of you and offers to buy you all a drink.
Soma refuses.
I can't say no to a good drink.
Yeah, why
Soma,
not?
Soma politely refuses. He likes to be on his top condition.
Arthur is going to be keeping a close eye on the drink, though.
The
Bonus pebble.
bartender is very interested in you as he pours you a drink without asking you what you want.
He takes it, takes a sip.
It is whiskey. And not like the cheap shit either. Like, this is whiskey. It's the good shit.
This is damn good whiskey.
You know, now that I think about it, it was kind of poetic justice that those guys said I could do no better than the ones in the ring, and I fought one of the people that were in the ring.
Well, boys, for the first time, I think I'm at a sort of crossroads with myself. I've never had somebody who earned their way into the prelims like this before. And were you to go after a sponsor and try and get yourself into the prelims and even further, I wouldn't stop you. But it would make me a little sad.
Speak your mind.
Yeah, how do you mean?
I'll
Never
give
had
it to
anyone
you.
go on the prelims?
You're good. You're good at hand to hand. You can take a beating. But this is a fight to the death. And the people that you'd be going up against, they're not people to scoff at.
I can imagine. These are all well-rounded, seasoned fighters.
But these aren't just seasoned fighters. The big league event tonight, it's kind of one that's been building up for months. This is the best of the best that we've had from all of our fight clubs. All of their sponsors have come from all over Japan, not just Tokyo.
You saying that we shouldn't fight?
I'm saying, you better be damn sure you're going to be the ones walking out, because I don't want to see your body get carried out and dropped off to the side. You made an old man care about you. That's what I'm trying to say.
I promise you that no matter what happens up there, we will make it back safe and sound. And who knows, perhaps one day we'll, I'd say, work together again.
He frowns. Don't make a promise you can't keep me now, boy.
I keep
That's-
all of my promises.
If you're wanting to enter the prelims, you're gonna be needing a sponsor. And unfortunately, I can't be the one to do it. I'm not part of the EAT crowd, if you catch my drift. Now, I could have a word with a few of my people who owe me favors. But you're going to have to find your own sponsors, because it's one person per sponsor in the big leagues. Not this group shit like I did for all of you.
Actually, I have an associate up there.
Do you know?
Spender.
She wouldn't happen to be a rather pale girl in a greyish suit. Very fancy, dresses to the nines, long hair. Smokes the
confirm.
long brand of cigarettes.
Indeed so.
She's been watching you since your second match. He nods a little bit towards the cage. And there, in fact, is a woman who is sitting on one of the stands, watching the fights go on in the rings. A lot of people can see from that grouping high up in the stands. And there is, in fact, a woman who looks very familiar sitting and watching the rings. I suppose if you can find yourself your own, that's good for you. But the rest of you, I can see what I can do, or you can try and convince some of the other high dollars to sponsor you. It's up to you.
I'll leave that to the rest of you.
Yeah, you seem like you already got your sponsor lined up.
Then will we be fighting each other? On the matches?
Perhaps, but we won't need to kill each other, so
Well, it is a fight to the death, right?
I'm sure that that's not the only way to win.
The championship is the fight to the death. The prelims, you only have to get them down for the count.
Okay. That's fine then.
At least we won't have to murder each other.
No, not yet. I like fucking nudge like Soma.
Very well. If you'd like, I'll speak to a few people and I'll get back to you.
Alright. I'll be waiting.
So, he disappears.
Well, I believe I have a date with a sponsor upstairs.
Sadie's dejected
So
sigh
that
from
you say-
somewhere.
Not literally.
Shit from upstairs.
God. So how are you going to... Are you just going to try and approach her?
Yeah.
So you start walking toward the cage, and almost immediately you are blocked off. Nobody enters until the prelims start. This is for high dollar sponsors only.
Can't smell the paper of cash, can you?
They glance at you. Boys, let him through. The two large bouncers shift sideways and allow you to pass.
He enters.
You have to walk up the many stands to where she is seated at the top. She doesn't look at you. She takes a drag on the long cigarette.
He doesn't look either. He reciprocates.
Funny running into you down here.
Fate is a hell of a thing.
And here I thought I was going to have to get creative to pay my debt to you back.
Well, here I am.
I take it you won into the preliminary matches.
You've read my mind.
I know the interest when I see it. And I've seen you fight. You're good. But are you good enough to handle it in a ring without an anti-magic field?
Only one way to find out.
True. But this is my reputation that's at stake.
Oh, I know all too well. Mine also is on the line here.
Luckily for you, my last contestant just... Well, we had a falling out, you could say.
You don't say.
After all, she did just try to kill me.
So I do have an available spot. If you want it.
A spot I'm willing to fill.
Try not to disappoint. That's a lot of money.
Oh, I assure you, after tonight, everyone will remember my name.
I like you. Well, I guess you found yourself a sponsor for the night, Mr.
Call me King Nothing. For now.
Very well. I'll put you down. Arthur, Douglas, what's your plan for finding a sponsor?
Interesting, Sam.
First, Arthur's gonna go up to Rosada and say, "You gonna want in on this?"
Oh, I'm getting an invitation now? I wasn't just supposed to be the eye candy the whole time.
Hey, it's gonna be a duo. And I don't want to drag you in unless you want to.
The opportunity to be in a ring with two other opponents and not walk back out. Man, such a hard choice.
Ain't much different than what we're already doing.
I was being sarcastic.
Arthur chuckles.
Either you go in with me, or you don't go in at all.
Alright.
You know I'm the jealous type. She takes another drag off of her cigarette.
Guess I'll start looking for a sponsor.
Good luck with that.
Also, I should ask, is Sadie up there with him?
Sadie did not follow you. You've not seen Sadie.
Hmm.
She has been... Last you saw, she was blending into the crowd, trying to gain information. You have not met back up with her yet.
Could I take her with?
Or are you asking at the spender?
Yeah, I might as well. He says, also, in a matter of partners.
Oh, you're one of those. I knew there was something different about you. Normally, these types of events are one-on-one. However, considering the dollar amount that's moving on tonight's big leagues, I think I may be able to swing them to allow a 2-on-2. I can ask around.
I'm interested. However, actually, yeah, that is agreeable, if we can do it. If not, I'm fine with one-on-one.
I'll see what I can do then. She gets up and starts walking down the steps of the stands. Douglas, you are waiting for Sam to come back. Sam emerges from the crowd. All right, just you then, laddie.
Yep.
Well, I called in a couple of my favors, and I think I found you a sponsor that you might be able to work with.
Right.
Nah, he's a bit of a hothead, so you're going to need to impress him, but he'll do. You look up and you see this man approaching through the crowd.
Oh,
He
him.
looks vaguely familiar to you.
It's Mr. Smith.
Are you supposed to be the one I'm looking at? He looks you up and down.
I guess so.
Ugh. He cringes a bit at your accent. Let's get something straight. I like to win.
and I will spend plenty of money on you to make sure that you do. You need something, you tell me, but you guarantee me that you are going to get into the championships and you are not gonna die like a little bitch. Got it?
Of course.
You don't talk back to me. You don't question me. You don't make any ridiculous requests beyond your means.
Can I know your name?
He wrinkles his nose a bit. Mr. Smith will do.
Alright.
I
Douglas
guess
stands up and offers him a hand.
he kind of pulls back a little from your hand, kind of grossed out by it.
What, you don't want to shake a hand?
I find it mundane and unnecessary. Either my word is good enough for you, or you can find yourself someone else.
Just wanted to meet properly. If you don't want it, that's fine.
Very well. What am I supposed to call you when I put you on the entry form?
Douglas just kind of like scratches his head, just like, someone never gave me a nickname.
The
Like,
man
all
looks
internal, just
disappointed.
Ashford is good enough.
Absolutely not.
No?
I can see that you're lacking in the intelligence department. I will take care of the name myself.
Alright.
Do I need to slow down for you, or are you understanding me? You haven't been knocked too many times in the head today, have you?
Nope. Perfectly understand you.
Great. Then follow. You stay with me, you don't talk to anyone unless I give you permission, you stay out of trouble until you get into the ring. I have a reputation to uphold after all, and I will not have you dragging it through the dirt where you come from.
Douglas just kind of has a smirk on his face the entire time he's like talking, like not noticeable enough, but just like to himself. It's just all right.
You hear Eliza growling through your link, snarling, almost like a wild dog. Arthur,
Mm-hmm.
what are you up to?
Arthur's probably looking up at the did he notice like anyone in the high roller area that seemed particularly interested in his fights?
Let me see who I've got that might have been interested in you. Session relevant. Let's see. I mean, the bartender is interested in you. A lot. He's very interested in you.
In what way?
Yes.
Nice
Yeah,
echo.
no. Thank you, Dylan.
You're welcome. The sexually charged Furby.
No! No!
You didn't need to say it.
I can't
What?
hear
What did
it.
you just say?
The sexually charged Furby.
I'm just gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
Oh god.
All right, I'm talking about potential sponsors.
I mean, you don't notice anybody who's like high dollar looking at you, but the bartender is watching you with interest.
Arthur just lets out a sigh.
The bartender,
And
the twink bartender loves strongy men.
Strongy
Strong.
men. Oh god, that's going in fucking quotes.
The fruity bartender likes big, strong men.
he's going to approach the bartender and say, I'm interested in trying to move up in the tournament. So, you wouldn't happen to know any of the high dollar people, would you?
Honey, I know everyone. What exactly are you looking for?
Just somebody who can get me in.
That might be a little difficult, just looking at you.
Arthur visibly shudders.
I'm so sorry.
No, keep going.
He doesn't
Is it-
know how to handle people flirting with him at the best of times.
That's it. Ugh.
Oh my god.
Like a shiver fucking gets sent down his spine.
It was literally fucking like a cat, like a fucking cat in a cartoon when they
The
when
spine
they
chill.
like, spine chill, yeah.
Oh, darling, I know everyone.
Maybe I should have let Dylan voice him.
Oh, I can.
I ain't particularly picky. I'm just looking for a sponsor.
Well, I suppose I could ask around. What's in it for me, though?
Arthur looks around and says, I guess I could give you a cut of my winnings?
With what they're paying me? Honey.
What is it you're looking for exactly?
I want you.
I'm imagining Arthur like taking his hat off and sliding it slowly down the side of his face to block him as he says this.
Yeah.
You know, like the dude, like the picture of like the dude with the rag. He's like wiping his face.
God.
I feel like
I
having
can-
that shit.
I can voice him. I can do a good Asterion.
Oh, go ahead. Play my Asterion for me.
All right. Text me knowledge.
Okay. Let's see.
Is that everything? Nope. Nope. I can work with this. Anything else? Oh.
Kinda hate this, not gonna lie.
Yeah?
Just hearing fucking Dylan's like laughter in the fucking background, just
God.
I'm just happy I don't have to be the one to voice him anymore.
Oh, honey, money only can go so far. I want something that only you can give me.
An autograph?
No, that might tickle my fancy. I'm looking for something more. But maybe we can discuss further once debts are settled. Well, I'd rather not send you off to someone that doesn't have my fabulous hairline, but it'll do for now. What kind of clientele are you looking for?
Well, probably someone I won't want to punch in the face the second that I meet him.
There does happen to be a lot of those in here, but I think I can find you someone. DM.
That would be great. I would like to get this conversation done with as soon as possible.
Oh, don't worry, darling. I don't bite. Well, unless you want me to.
You don't think the thing I was
Like, it takes off. He takes off his shades indoors, but he takes them and he puts them on. And he says, "I would prefer if you didn't."
Okay. One step at a time, then. Trust is built.
So he walks away, but doing the like walking backwards, kind of with that saunter while he's watching you, the little sway. And he leaves you standing there. Sam, who is still sitting at the bar, goes, "Wow."
You know, I never thought I'd be sexually harassed before.
So the bartender comes back maybe 10-ish minutes later with two people in tow. One is a feminine figure. She's the first one you lay eyes on. She's in this stunning blue dress. Her hair is pulled back. It's held back with chopsticks, and she turns and makes eye contact with you, and you have seen her before, Arthur. At least you think. But you're sure of it when she blows a bubble and cracks it. Kyoko looks you up and down. What the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, wait, you're the one from.
She gives you a look. Don't you dare look.
He holds up his hands. I won't say anything. I did not expect to see you anywhere.
Gunter, why am I been brought over here to this degenerate?
Excuse me?
She smirks. Look, is there something I can do for you, person I've never seen before in my life? She cracks another bubble.
I'm looking for a sponsor.
Oh, sweetie, you must not have heard. I already have somebody I'm sponsoring. Guess you're out of luck. Toodaloo! And she turns and waves her fingers over her shoulder.
Honestly, I think I dodged a bullet there.
Oh, you haven't even seen the bullet coming yet, she says over her shoulder. You hear a whistle from behind her as a second figure is approaching, a little late to the party. This figure, he is much taller. He's in a suit. He has a very strapping build. He tilts his head
and looks down at you. Gunther, you know you're interrupting my work, right? But it can't be helped. I take it you're looking for a sponsor into the prelims tonight?
Yes, that is indeed what I'm looking for.
Are you any good?
I have killed a lot of very terrifying things in my lifetime.
Is that
A couple
so?
of humans ain't gonna scare me.
Couple of humans, huh? You know what? I think I will sponsor you. This could be fun. And well, I have all the money in the world to drop on you.
I think the bullet is coming in really fast.
Yep. He said, yep. Don't worry, I'm good at dodging.
I certainly hope so. Well, come along then. You'll have to stick close to me if you want to get into the, champions area.
Alright, I'm just gonna grab my partner.
Partner? Gunther looks severely disappointed in the background.
My partner in crime.
Oh, you're a duo. Interesting. A duo and foreigners. He's looking you up and down with this hungry, inquisitive sort of gleam in his eyes.
Once we get to business, I can tell you everything you want to know.
Everything I want to know, huh? You're proving to be interesting and resourceful. Well, come along then, cowboy. We have places to be.
Arthur will, I'm assuming Rosada's nearby enough that he can just, like, get her attention.
Yes, she is. She has been watching with the like you turn around to look for her and she's been standing within earshot of the entire conversation with Gunther this whole time. She is smirking.
He just shrugs and starts moving.
Roll me a perception check real quick. D20.
Sure thing. 17.
As Rosada joins you for just a second, you see a flicker of what looks like disappointment in the man's eyes.
The bartender?
Yes.
He, like, he just, like, runs his hand across his forehead. I have never been more scared in my entire life.
He leads you back towards the champions area. And it is there where you all commune again for the first time since finding your sponsors. The three of you, four technically counting Rosada, huddle together. You are in the champions area and the seats are beginning to fill as the preliminary rounds are starting to be announced. Y'all want to talk to each other? Discuss what you found out? Maybe discuss a certain person who has showed up?
Mm-hmm. Soma is paying attention to his surroundings and smoking a cigarette.
Well, looks like y'all found your sponsors.
Douglas just kind of stays quiet, just knowing the rules.
Douglas is being a good little boy. Oh god. Yeah, Douglas is being awfully quiet.
Let me
I just
guess,
kinda give,
yours
like-
is crazy too.
I just give like a quick like thumbs up, just kind of like under like I'm like kind of rubbing my chin, kind of like give it like a like a really fucking I don't know the word, can't think of the word, like a thumbs up, just like very I can't think of like concealing, I guess, like not very noticeable, inconspicuous. That's the word.
Douglas is acting very suspicious.
Wonderful.
Do I just hear like Eliza in my link the entire time?
You can, if she speaks
What?
to you.
Okay. Well, I meant like just kind of like pissed off.
She's
She
not
was, like,
happy.
fucking
You definitely feel it. You're sharing a bond with her as well. She is not pleased. She does not like the person that you are working with at all, and does not like the way he is speaking to you. Oh, also, Arthur, what name did you give your sponsor to be entered as?
Volsung.
Okay. While you guys are chatting, I need to give some info real quick.
Fuck is my name?
You'll find out.
Some stereotypical ass fucking hillbilly fucking name.
God.
Funny as fuck.
Yeah, feel free to keep chatting while I'm doing some stuff. Or don't, I guess. I'm not your mom.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell you what to do.
Can't really chat.
Brooding.
Can't chat.
Arthur's just looking over at the two, fucking Soma brooding, and Douglas, like, trying his best not to speak, and he just...
Like shaking, just like.
Soma's waiting expectantly.
Uh-huh.
So about that weather we're having.
We're in a storm drain.
Exactly.
Well, on a rate of, I don't know, good to bad, it looks like concrete
Yeah,
and blood.
bonus information.
Douglas is like in the
um,
back, just like trying not to like even like give a smirk. Just like fucking shaking, just trying to straight face.
Soma, you ain't gonna believe this, but guess who sponsored me?
Give me, tell me.
Tall boy in a bone mask?
Figured he'd be here tonight. What a spectacle.
Didn't figure he was rich enough to do all this, but I guess if he's working for somebody.
This is definitely a part of a plan he's scheming. Or maybe he likes it for fun, but I prefer the former.
He,
about Oh, what?
he mentioned having all the money in the world and said some stuff that makes me think he's probably not entirely human.
That checks out.
But you know,
Yeah.
details.
Details. Well, knowing is half the battle, and well, we need to know. We need to figure things out while we fight. Keep an eye on him.
You're muted, by the way.
Motherfucker.
I was wondering why I was hearing background noise.
How Out of curiosity, neither of you found any information on the person I'm looking for, have you?
Nope.
Of course.
I'll let you know first time I hear about something.
Stupid cryptic notes. Gonna be honest, I ain't a big fan of my current employer.
We have that in common. Think like me, also wears a mask, but is a big douchebag.
Right.
And then we've got. So I'm matching everybody up to who they're going to be fighting. So give me just a minute.
No worries.
Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and there's 10. Who the fuck? Huh. Okay. So these are. This is what's happening. Actually, you know what? I'll just announce it. So as you guys are sitting there, having your little conversations, discussing some interesting people who are out and about, a kind of quiet draws over the crowd that has begun shuffling into the stands as the matchups are being announced. The first pairing is Prodigy against Looker. The second fight is going to be King Nothing versus Cinders. The third fight is going to be Volsung versus the Fist. The fourth fight is going to be Snake versus Full Counter. The winners of 1 and 4 and 2 and 3 will go against each other. The winners of those will have the chance to fight Big Red and Vampire. And the winner of that is the championship match.
Alright.
Wait, so what's my name?
You're not sure. You hear all these names announced and you're just not sure what's happening. And as you are discussing things amongst yourselves, you hear a further announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a change to tonight's lineup. Rather than allowing a multi-person fight, these will be one-on-one only. You're muted again.
I think I'm gonna die.
Matter to me.
The crowds have begun to siphon in to the entire arena. And the stalls are packed. And you hear Let the Betting Begin come over the loudspeakers. You see numbers on screens. People are huddled around the screens. People are exchanging money in hands. There's a lot of chit-chat around the bar where Arthur, your sponsor, is serving drinks. Every once in a while, his eyes flicker in your direction, curiously.
He looks like he's trying to scheme something.
Arthur does?
Yep.
Looks like he's trying to scheme something.
He looks like he's trying to figure out a way to weasel out of having to fight alone.
I see. He takes note of your anxiety and continues what he's doing. After people have started to settle in, there's kind of a timer that begins to count down, and it gets down to 5 minutes when you feel a tap on your shoulder, Douglas.
Douglas turns around.
He has tapped you with the edge of his cane. It is your sponsor. Well, what are you waiting for?
I don't know. I didn't hear my name.
Typical. Just get down to the ring, please, before you embarrass me.
All right.
You'd better not disappoint me. We lucked out on the placements for the first fight.
What are the names of the first fight again?
The names on the screen read Prodigy and Looker.
Okay.
You make your way down towards the cage.
Douglas like looks up at the screen, and, like looks at both names. He's like, "Huh, I guess one of them's mine."
Weird. Yeah, so you make your way toward the cage, and you see these people are standing in the cage as things begin to get going. Gotta grab both of their photos. They are pacing around the arena. It does not take long for you to realize that they are the announcers and commentators for tonight's main event.
Okay.
Dylan, have fun.
Welcome, welcome, everyone. Everybody, settle down, settle down. We have had quite the explosive night tonight, I will not lie. So, today I will announce the first preliminary match. In this corner, we have the Earthshaker, the Stone Fist. We have the Prodigy. He has had quite the explosive entrance tonight. He is, well, no one's ever seen him before, let's be honest. And in the other corner, we have the Looker, the Silent Beauty. Well, what do you think? Who do you think is going to win this match, co-commentator?
Well, I mean, it is so hard to tell. I do love it when we have a new person in the ring. Always very exciting, especially when we don't know what their abilities are. But I have to say that Looker has been moving her way up the charts consistently. It's really hard to beat somebody who's a fire main.
True, true. Beauty does kill, especially under these circumstances. Though, I must say, I do have quite the attraction towards Prodigy. Those fists, that stance, that form. I am quite fond of the carnage he may impose on his victims.
It's no surprise that Mr. Smith is the one who took an interest in him. After all, he does enjoy the finer things in life.
He does have a type.
He does.
Douglas, you look across the cage.
And on the far side, you see a woman. But not just any woman. The description of the woman is familiar to you. And it's not really so much your reaction as it is Soma's. As you, Soma, look across and see the same woman in the red dress, hints of fire welling around her fingertips.
He leans in. He's interested.
Kick her ass.
Like Douglas in his mind right now is just like, so he gave him the name Prodigy?
Are you saying that to your sponsor?
No, just like to myself, just huh.
It makes sense, Eliza says to you. Maybe you should focus on, I don't know, not dying?
I won't die. So why do they keep talking about abilities?
Well, on the plus side, they don't know about us. There may be a way I can help you in this fight without being detected.
Maybe.
If you need to
That'd be
use
cool.
me, just pull me from the sheath slightly and run your fingers on my blade, and I should be able to help you use my abilities. Or yours.
Okay.
The woman across the way is twirling a snake of flame around her fingertips. It moves up her arm across her shoulders, twirls around her neck, almost as though it's alive, nuzzling at her cheek. Oni steps forward in the center of the ring and gestures to either side. 2 opponents enter, 1 opponent leaves. Take your mark. And both sides of the cage, the side in front of you, Douglas, and the side in front of the woman, slide open, and you are allowed entry into the cage.
Oh, and remember, we are not responsible for any accidents, injury, or death.
That's right, so please put away anything valuable if you're in the splash zone, and try not to complain too much. The cage doors close behind you as the announcers remove themselves, and it is just you and her in the cage. There is the sound of a bell, and the fight is very quickly underway. Go ahead and roll me an initiative roll.
All right.
Shit.
Oh no.
5.
You are going to die.
Well, what exactly is your idea for your first move, Douglas?
Getting into a stance, I guess.
You're just gonna get into a stance, you're not gonna do anything?
Nope.
Interesting. I need to ask, are you wearing the doesn't he have a necklace on in the no, he doesn't.
Ace of Spades.
Yeah.
I think he would be wearing the
Are
Ace
you
of
still
Spades.
wearing the Ace of Spades?
Would he?
I don't know. Maybe he took. I don't think so. He might have taken it off. I think he would have taken it off, especially for like if we're going to a fight.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And, we're our own organization now. We don't wear those, I don't think.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm still technically contracted.
We're contracted,
And-
but we're our own, like, splinter cell.
Yeah, fair enough. You would have metal on your sheath, correct?
Yeah, for a clip, yeah.
So, she's standing there, looking pretty. She got
the nickname Looker for a reason. She is very distracting. But you start to feel something at your side. At first you don't notice it because you're kind of distracted by her. If not by the way she looks, by just anticipating her move and trying to prepare yourself for it. But you feel a searing pain begin to bite into your side. You look down, and the clip that attaches Eliza's holster to your person is superheated and is now singeing and burning at your skin.
Fun.
What are you going to
I mean,
do?
if I tried to take it off, they would know, and I'd be probably disqualified.
I mean,
So,
you wouldn't be disqualified for removing a weapon off of you. After all, they did say that you couldn't have a partner. They didn't say anything about regular old weapons.
okay.
Eliza would just have to not let anybody know she's anything other than a dagger. Which means you should probably keep her in the sheath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I guess. I guess I try to clip off the sheath real quick.
Okay.
Wait. I try to take off the clip, but I try to instead tie it around my leg.
With what?
The leather that is on the the holster itself.
Roll me a d20. Let's see how well it goes.
18?
Okay, you manage to... It singes your fingers a bit, hurts, but you manage to remove it and tie it to your leg. She has not moved at all. In fact, she's standing there smirking. Thought you could pull a fast one on me.
No?
Well,
Waiting for you.
oh, such a gentleman. Well, if you insist. She's going to raise a hand, and as her fingers lift toward the air, a wall of flame erupts from just beneath your feet. I'm gonna need you to roll a counter.
15.
You are going to get hit. You're gonna take 23 damage. And remember, this is only your health.
Okay.
What would you like to do? It's your turn.
Um, Dodge out of the way of the fire and then try to move around it. Try to hit her.
With what? Are you going for
Just
basic attacks, or are you gonna try and use any of your abilities?
forget that we can use abilities in this fight.
You can. You are no longer in the anti-magic field.
I want to try to use Mud Shower.
Okay. Wow, this is the first time you've had a reason to do anything.
Right?
Okay, let's see. Everybody must make a dex saving throw or fall, losing their turn in the round. The user's speed is increased by 4 during the duration. So, roll me a d4.
4.
Okay, so for 5
Ooh.
rounds, your speed is at a plus 4. I'm gonna see if she passes her save. Oh my god, she rolled another 20. Holy fuck.
Damn. So does she not get dampened by it then?
So her fire abilities are going to get dampened, but she passed her dex saving throw, so she's not going to fall and lose her turn.
Okay.
So you have lessened her, basically lessened the damage her fire abilities are going to do. But
Okay.
during your mud shower, is you like what does it look like when you use this?
I don't know. I've never used mud shower before.
I know, that's why I'm asking. I'm kind of curious what you imagine it looks like.
What I imagine
Mm?
is Douglas would like run his hand across the ground and just kind of fling upwards.
Just mud erupts from the ground beneath you.
Yeah.
So after you do this, and you're kind of impressed with yourself because you never done this before. You're like, hey, I figured something out. You look up, and she is clinging to the top of the cage with the fingers of one hand with a foot braced against it, looking down at you. There is a steely look in her eyes. You have caught her not only off guard, but you've caught her at a disadvantage. And she knows it.
Okay.
The entire arena has been showered with mud. She is going to attempt to drop from the ceiling and come down and physically attack you. Go ahead and roll me a counter.
Ooh, baby, nat 20. Let's fucking go.
Okay, she comes spiraling down, almost like a boomerang from the ceiling, and moves to slam her foot down on the top of your head. What would you like to do to counter this since you critted?
Grab her foot, grab her, the bottom of her foot and her thigh, and just slam her downwards.
Okay, so you basically continue her motion and slam her into the ground. I want you to roll a regular attack for that.
Okay.
So D20,
normal, like,
yeah, D20 plus your either strength or dex, and it's just you, remember.
okay. D20 plus dex. That's nice. So 15 plus 11, that would be 26.
26, okay. So she lets out this grunt of pain as she hits the ground, and you begin to see that pretty calm, collected demeanor of hers crack. While you're holding on to her foot and her thigh, a burst of flame emits from her skin as she attempts to singe you in the hands and the face. Roll me another counter at disadvantage.
Disadvantage? Okay. Not great. 9.
Yeah, you're gonna get hit by that. Let's see what you did. So you were gonna take 34 damage. It catches you directly in the face. In fact, it almost blinds you. You are forced to let go of her leg as she does this.
Alright.
Your move.
Wait, was it a melee attack or no?
It was a fire attack. So
Okay.
no, it was not.
Is she still on the ground?
Yes.
I try to run in and just slam her head, like just punch the shit out of her head.
Shit! You just like, grab her head and slam it into the ground?
No, like haymaker straight to the face.
Oh god, okay. Roll?
No shit, nat 20.
What the
God.
fuck? Okay, roll me, since that's a basic attack, go ahead and roll me your d20 plus strength or dex, and then you're gonna double that damage because you critted.
It's 48 damage.
Shit. 60, 70... Okay. She lets out a soft groan from the pain and tries to
stagger backwards away from you. At this point, she is going to reach her arm back into her hair, and it appears as though she's grabbing at strands of her hair, but it keeps elongating. It keeps moving from the back of her head until she has a long strand of hair that's like 5-6 feet long, and she snaps it, twirling her wrist, and it forms into a blazing whip made out of hair. She is going to attempt to hit you with it. So roll me a counter. Oh shit.
12.
Uh-huh. So here's what happens. You try to dodge this whip, but between the mud on the ground and you still kind of having a little bit of blurry vision from her blinding you a second ago, you are not able to get out of the way fast enough, as the whip doesn't strike you, but it actually coils around your upper arm and your shoulder and part of your chest, and it begins to constrict you, the fire burning at your flesh. You are going to take... You're lucky your damage is dampened. Math.
It just says divided by 2, right? Or is it says reduce damage divided by 2?
Yeah. So you're basically the damage is halved. So instead of taking 42 points of damage, you're only taking 21.
Okay. Alright.
You are now encoiled in this hair, though, and you are going to take damage every turn that it is wrapped around you. It is also trying to grapple you. What would you like to do?
I can't really run in since I'm technically grappled, right?
I mean, she has got it wrapped around you and is pulling against it to try and, you know, keep it taut, because I'm assuming you're fighting back against her.
Okay. If she's trying to keep it taut, right, and she's pulling back, and I, like, as I'm pulling back, like, kind of lunge forward, and she, like, pulls me into her, in a sense?
Yeah. Go for it. That would probably catch her off guard. Roll. Oh, shit.
19.
Yeah, she rolled a 3, so whatever you're about to do is probably gonna work. What's your plan here? So if you lunge toward her, she's sort of losing her balance now as you're lashing in her direction.
Yeah. If I can take her to the ground again, I guess.
So you basically just tackle her?
No, not tackle her. What do I want to do? Let me think about this. As I kind of like slingshot at her, I just have like an open hand and just grab her face and just slam it into the ground.
God, okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll fucking... Ugh. Roll your, basic melee attack. D20 plus strength of dex.
Okay. And that is 22 damage.
22? Oh shit. So you are basically like straddling her, on top of her. You've got a hand on her face and you've slammed her head into the ground, and she is swimming in consciousness. The fire is still coiled, the hair whip is still coiled around your arm and your chest, so you are going to take another 20 points of damage.
Oof.
But
right.
you are on top of her, and she is...
Is that halved? Is the 20 damage halved?
No.
Oh, that would have been 40 damage?
Yeah. Her hair whip is scary. So what do you want to do? She's stuck.
Completely stuck, so I can just attack her again, pretty much.
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
try to.
You can.
So you said she's swimming and conscious. So that means she's pretty fucking low on health.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to do something flashy. Let me think.
Yeah, she's not doing too hot.
So the hair's completely connected to her, right?
Yes.
Can I, as I'm still holding her face, just raise her up and like throw her and like have her kind of like slingshot back at me almost?
You're gonna throw her and then use the hair wrapped around you to jerk her straight back?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess. I won't even make you roll for it. I'm curious to see how this plays out.
Won't have to?
Yeah, I won't even make you roll for it. She's not gonna fight against you.
Alright.
She's half conscious.
Because my whole thinking, right, is I'm still connected technically to her.
Yeah.
So I pick her up, still holding her face, and I like turn around and just swing her as hard as I can, and have her try to like slam into the stage almost. Not stage, but like the barrier.
The cage?
Yeah, the cage.
That'd be easy enough to do. Yeah. So you yeet her and slam her into the cage. I will say it does a base damage since that's not technically a melee attack. Because you're just throwing
That's how
her?
much damage? I guess yeah, technically. And I'm like kind of swinging her into the cage. So
Yeah, so she hits the bars of the cage, and there's this faint groan that comes from her. She does not appear to be moving very much. What would you like to do? Or rather, let me ask you, how would you like to do this?
Kill.
They are literally chanting. The whole crowd is chanting at you.
Black blood be taking over like crazy right now.
Kill.
Eat her ass!
Let me think of something flashy. Can I grab the hair again, pull it towards me, and just fucking knee her? Or just like punch the shit out of her?
Yeah, you can.
You know what would be cool? Actually, Cyrus, you know what would be cool?
What?
Here, I'm gonna send you something.
Okay, hold up.
I'm gonna send you over Discord. Since your character is Earth-based, I feel like this would be a really cool showstopper.
There are so many cool showstoppers you can do with the Earth stuff.
Yeah.
I know, but like I can't do that much. Like I can, but can't. You know, I have to use like Eliza for like half of them.
Well, I mean,
like
you do have her on your person.
I do. I could do something really
if you want to risk it.
I'm not trying to risk it this early.
This early?
Wait, I gotta ask something. So
this put into the ground. I sent you on Discord.
I'm listening.
Okay, I'll have to look at it in a sec. So you know Flash Freeze, right? With Frostwing.
Yes.
Can I coat my fists?
Oh. Ooh, hold on. Where the fuck is Flash Freeze?
It's in Eliza's shit.
It's all the way down at the bottom.
It says the user draws from Frostwing, coating their okay, never mind, it says blade.
No, hold on. I am known to allow things that might be funny. And you could technically say that your fist is a weapon right now.
Sub-Zero, just fucking fatality here.
God.
Yeah, look what I sent you.
Alright, let me see this.
Look at the whole GIF.
What the fuck? just absolutely punch the shit out of her.
Yeah. Here, I'll send it so everyone sees what I showed you.
I am
Rip.
concerned for her.
This, but like, I don't know, into any nearby surface.
Absolutely fucking. Yeah.
Good
Dang.
lord.
Um.
The big punch.
That would be cool. That would. Mm,
I mean, you have a lot of
just
options.
I do. I do
I
have quite a
will
few
allow
options.
your flash freeze thing to go onto your fist if you want to go that route as well.
Okay. Solar beam. Jesus Christ. Pull the fucking plant and obliterator. Ah. 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 Hmm. You know what? Yeah, let's just do something simple, nothing crazy. I want to grab her whip, right? Pull her towards me, just give her just the fucking meanest punch in the goddamn world, and have her fly back, and the whip snaps, just flinging her into a fucking wall.
Just like you say. That's exactly how it happens.
Did you do the thing in the GIF? Break the wall that way?
Yeah, we did break the wall that way.
God, the fucking death symbol comes up as the cage like bends inward. She hits this thing, and you actually watch as her body hits it, and then it begins to ash, and she
It's because
begins
of
to
what?
ash. She begins to disintegrate into ash, like her
What
body
in the
cinders.
God damn.
I just looked down at my face. I'm like, goddamn. All right.
Cyrus, Douglas looks up, and hovering in front of the body is a reddish, pinkish red soul. You can now add Looker to your list of souls.
All right. You said red.
I did. Are you going to... Are you going to devour
I
it?
Yeah. I want to think of like a interesting way though.
I'm imagining the announcers are losing their fucking shit as Douglas is just slowly walking towards this body disintegrating on the wall. The
Did
crowd's
he
like
just
going
do that? I
fucking
think
wild.
he just did that.
My god, she is broken in half.
So I want Douglas to like, because he's been fucking pretty fucked up at this point, right? He has singe marks like all over his body,
Yeah.
kind of showing off more of his scars underneath like his hoodie that he was wearing. Just like slowly kind of stumble towards like the body and just like take the soul and devour it.
He just grabs it and just full fist devours it in one go. And the crowd goes wild.
There you have it, folks. The prodigy, the Stone Fist, takes this battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, I do not think I have ever seen something so brutal here in the cage, and this is just our first fight, so you're going to want to stay here in your seats, get your wallets out, and place your bets on the next group that is coming up. We'll be right back after we give this arena a quick cleanup.
And sit around for some ad breaks.
It's fucking like Canine Crunchies theme starts playing on the screen.
This brutal
You-
battle
it's
brought
like
to you
UFC.
by Charleston Chew.
Like you see like UFC ads, just like play UFC 5.
Oh my god. No, what's really
This
on the thing is like, have you lost your head? Has your arm been broken in 17 places? Then you need Unimed. And it's like this whole fucking like medical ad going
I'm
This-
through.
and like Douglas is just like stumbling back out of the fucking arena while this ad's playing.
There are people like patting your shoulders and stuff and allowing you to pass to the champions area, which is where the bar is.
this battle was brought to you by Kellogg's Frosted Flakes.
Oh my god. Douglas stumbles up to the bar. Your sponsor is there waiting for you. And for the first time since you have seen him tonight, he offers you a genuine smile. More of a smirk than a smile, but you can tell that he is extremely pleased.
Douglas is like grabbing at the area where everything was burned. He's like, put enough good show for you.
I am thoroughly impressed. You keep that up, and the championship just might be ours for the taking. Not so fast there, Mr. Smith, the bartender says, smiling to himself as he's drying a glass. I think you'll be very interested in what I have to offer tonight. They begin to, banter amongst themselves. The bartender is looking at you, Douglas, and he has a very kind of suspicious look in his eyes. He offers you a drink.
Still like holding on to like everything that's been burned. And I take with the burned arm, the drink. Just like look it over almost. And then I take a sip.
It is pretty good. It's hard cider, which is something that you had a lot where you've come from. Kind of reminds you of back home. You also,
too bad.
if you didn't before, you are struck with the realization that the man that just served you a drink is the exact same man you have been hunting that has been involved, supposedly, with luring all of these girls to their deaths.
Douglas is friendly with him, and he just like that was a pretty good drink, thank you, and just kind of sits down.
But of course, I am here to serve. Soma, Arthur, you guys have anything to say to Homeboy before the next fight starts?
Really setting a golden standard.
Now,
It wasn't much.
technically, I ain't bringing another person in if I'm bringing a weapon in, right?
Just don't get
Just stay as
disqualified.
Yeah, just don't get disqualified.
I mean, as long as she doesn't turn into a person during the fight.
They're gonna know. No one's gonna know. They're gonna know!
They ain't gonna know.
I think you need to be discussing a more problematic issue at hand. You hear Sadie's voice come from behind you. Sadie has emerged from the crowd.
Welcome to the party.
Oh, holy shit, where did you come from?
I've been busy. We have a problem. She kind
Yeah,
of motions you all over a bit away from everyone else.
He follows.
Have you guys looked at the roster?
Yes.
And
No.
have you noticed anything about it?
No.
She pulls out a piece of paper with a drawing on it. It shows the current roster as it is. So you just fought. She's on the right side. You just fought Looker. And she draws her finger over and writes your stage name down. next. It's in like the tournament tiering style, for lack of a better
Yeah,
description. So
Yeah, like the
you're
tournament
about
tree.
to fight.
Tournament brackets.
Yeah, you're about to fight
bracket.
Cinders. She says to you, Soma,
Mm-hmm.
and you. She points at Arthur. You're gonna fight someone else. But look, she presses a finger on both of them. If you two win, you fight each other next.
So one of us takes a dive.
Yeah.
Looks like somebody's gonna have to take one for the team.
So what?
Finals
so
are
if you
the only
win, that means
point.
I gotta fight you.
Mm-hmm.
Guess I ain't gonna have to worry about fighting either of you unless y'all make it much later.
I'm just worried. Sadie puts a hand on your shoulder, Soma, and it's trembling a bit. If two of you have to fight each other in the ring, and only one can walk out.
Hmm.
I just don't want one of you have to do something that you'll regret.
It ain't to the death until it's the championship.
That's where you're wrong, Mr. Smith says, coming up behind you. The championship fights is 3 fights. He leans over, not even caring that he's intruding on the conversation. He traces a finger from the winner of basically Dylan, your fight, and Liam's fight, and he traces it to Vampire. Whichever one of you wins that fight is going to be fighting one of the previous champions. He goes by the name of Vampire. And you, he says, putting a hand on Douglas's shoulder, because I know you're going to win the next fight, you are going to be fighting Big Red. Those 2 fights are to the death. But the championship after that, that's the one for all the money. So all 3 of those fights, only one of you is walking out.
What's our plan?
Well, I
Me and
don't know.
Soma would most likely be fighting next, right?
Mm-hmm.
Unless y'all know how to fake a death
Can I talk
convincingly.
Can I talk to Douglas for a moment? Alone.
Alright.
He pulls you aside. Well, he looks around, making sure no one is listening. Is anyone?
No, not that you can tell.
All right. What if whichever one of us chooses to, let's say, forfeit the match?
Right.
How about we fake our death?
How are we gonna do that?
Create a distraction. When the onlooker's eyes are distracted, let's say by a cloud of smoke or something outside of the ring, we make it appear as if our bodies were destroyed. In the last moments, maybe one of us transforms into a weapon and stashes the other.
Okay. Now, how are we gonna pull that off?
I have things in my kit that could allow it.
I also have Eliza.
You
And
have
if
a
somehow.
you hear a soft voice in your head, Douglas. It is Eliza. I may be able to help, but I must speak with you privately about it.
That's fine.
We'll have to decide which one of us forfeits.
Let me talk to Eliza first.
All right.
Um,
So through
I
your
just kind of
link, you actually, are you gonna like do this through your link, or are you gonna go into your inner room and discuss it? I mean, you did just have the first fight, so you do kind of have the other fights. You have a break until your next one.
Okay. I also need to get healed up from the last fight, if possible.
True. Which you can do in your inner room.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I go into my room then.
Okay. I am going to pull you aside for a minute into the other chat.
Okay.
So I can suggest something to you.
Into the session chat instead
Into
of
the
on
session
God.
chat, yeah, where we're supposed to be. Yeah, BRB.
All right.
Yeah, don't listen.
Okay.
Okay. I forgot I had the duck on. I'm so sorry.
I was really so like when you first joined like earlier, I heard a duck noise. I was like, huh.
Yeah,
That's
so
weird.
Discord has this new thing that every time you hop into a channel, it'll play a sound effect for you, and I have the duck set. So it plays
Nice.
a
I didn't
duck.
even know that. I don't use Discord enough to like understand anything about it.
So yeah. You basically you get into your inner room. Which part of the inner room are you at? Out of curiosity.
My house, my little cabin.
Okay, you're at the cabin and Eliza materializes. She looks rough, but not more than usual. The second that you're there, she curls her arms around you. She is shaking.
I hug her.
I was so worried.
What?
What? I just I don't think I would have been able to stop myself if she'd done any worse to you. I could barely handle it as it was.
I know. This isn't the most ideal thing in the world, sadly.
I've been working on something,
Okay.
but in order for it to be convincing, you can't tell anybody else about it.
My lips are sealed.
I call it banishment.
That sounds different.
I think that if you can stab into your target with me and we focus all of our energy on it, I might be able to send them to a different location. But if anybody suspects that they're getting sent somewhere and not just killed outright, it might get us in trouble. So it needs to be convincing, which is why I don't think you should tell anybody.
Okay. So you want me to use you in the next fight, or the fight after Soma's, or which fight are you thinking?
I don't know. It depends on who we're
'Cause
fighting next. I mean,
it
the
should.
two names are
It sh-
Snake and Full Counter. I don't know what that could possibly mean.
so we're not fighting someone next. I wasn't reading the brackets very well.
No. Our next fight is against somebody we don't know.
Okay.
Like I said, one is named Snake, the other's Full Counter. We'll be fighting the winner of their fight.
Okay. Well, it's not ideal due to our sponsor, right? But we can always lose the next fight.
You want to lose on purpose.
Honestly, no, because I don't like losing, especially to someone I don't know.
But
But if it keeps them safe, I don't have to, you know.
but we need to win. We need to be the ones that make it to the next thing. Because if Soma's the one that goes up in the championship fight, or Arthur even, we might be the only people who can assure that they leave the ring alive.
Very true. I mean, yeah.
I mean, you can't just give up.
No. I'm not thinking just giving up. It's just a matter of not wanting to kill someone I'm close with.
She glances to the side. And if I have to watch you take a beating one more time, I may not be able to contain myself.
That's understandable.
Just
So what you want?
consider
You
it.
want me to? I was also thinking we could somehow blink. I don't know how well that would work.
I mean, it would make it look like we're running away.
If we were convincing with it, they don't know about you, right? They don't know that I could harness you and use some absolutely wild stuff, right? Being teleportation and other crazy nonsense like that.
That is true.
So if I get hit into a wall and disappear, play that I died in a sense, right?
Maybe. I'll
Didn't have a
think
soul.
about it as I watch the next matches and let you know if I can figure out a way to make it work. The important thing is that you win the next match, no matter what.
All right. They said weapons are allowed, I think. They didn't. I mean, the last chick just used a fucking whip, so
It was part of her body, though.
I guess. It was part of her body. So
Also, have you seen our daughter anywhere?
I've not. I was going to ask Sadie about it, but
You should probably
I haven't
ask.
been able to. I haven't been able to contact her either through
I've
Link.
been too focused on you to try and figure out where she is.
Okay. Well, I'll ask, and if she can't give me any good answers, you could look while we're in this downtime. That'd be extremely helpful.
I'll try. Now let's try and get you healed up a little bit before the next match, okay?
All right,
You can flip back over to the other chat.
Red.
Yeah, true. True, that wouldn't be great either.
Hello.
Definitely.
We're scheming.
Oh, you're scheming?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Scheming.
so
Yeah.
you were having a conversation with Douglas and then you got the let me talk to Eliza real quick, and then he just like closed his eyes and just stopped talking to you. He's been like that for a while, so you and Arthur started talking and all of a sudden Douglas is back.
Uh-huh. All right.
You good?
Someone's like
I'm good.
snapping in his face. So
I will be right back before our next match.
what happened in there?
Uh, just uh, just talking with her. We just had to figure some things
Mhm.
out.
Did you come up with a plan?
Not, not the. Yeah, we came. It was kind of. We just more had to talk over things.
All right. So which one of us will take the hit?
I don't know who wants to take the hit.
Hmm. Well, I have come up with a plan on how I'm gonna beat my next guy if it works.
Okay. I mean, and I will hopefully most likely beat this next dude.
Mm-hmm.
So most likely, sadly enough,
We
we
might,
will be
yeah,
fighting each other. We might be fighting each other.
yeah, and it'll be to the death. Hmm. How do you want to do this?
It's kind of a hard matter to talk about that I or you might have to kill me or you, you know? Kill
Mm-hmm.
him.
Yeah. Hmm.
Sadie, who is standing nearby, kind of gets next to Soma, aggressively staring at you, Douglas, and says, I'd like to see you try to kill him. You can't be serious right now.
Oh, I don't want to kill him.
We're coming up with a plan. How about this?
Also, Sadie, have you seen my
What?
daughter, Katya, anywhere?
Sadie kind of looks around. She wasn't with you?
No.
You guys are really terrible parents.
Man, I don't need
That's
this
on
right now.
that's on him. I'm just the uncle.
I'll I'll worry about finding her. You just focus on figuring this out. And Sadie disappears back into the crowd.
Mhm. Soma looks to Douglas and he says, "How about this? Whichever one of us has the edge in our fight, we'll take the other one will take the hit, and we'll figure it out from there."
Okay.
Of course, I'm not going to kill you. You're not going to kill me, so
No, that's not the plan.
we'll come up with a plan. Did
So
you?
do a great spar, right?
Oh yeah,
I kind of like hold up my arm. I like hold up my hand.
we'll give him a great show, and he takes your hand.
Fuck it. I just like imagine like the Predator, fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger and the other dude.
Yeah.
Okay. At this point, you are being summoned to the arena for your next match. The people have crowded back into the stands, and the announcers are starting to rile themselves and the crowd back up.
Welcome back, everyone. Now, everyone, take your seats. This next fight, I have had my eye on for a few matches now. Something about this next contestant is very interesting to me. Though, he probably won't win against Cinders. Speaking of, actually, in the first lineup, this part of the ring we have Cinders, the Flaming Fist, the Flaming Terror. In this side, we have the Night Terror. We have, what do we call him again?
The crowd responds to you, King Nothing.
That is right. King Nothing.
And an interesting entry he is, Flashpoint, especially when you consider the fact that this is the first time Spender has taken on another person since they lost their last one.
It was quite the interesting development, especially on tonight's great occasion. See, I don't really know what she sees in him, but I'm excited to find out.
Well, after watching Spender's last Pride and Joy die in a fiery explosion during the last encounter, I can't wait to see what we have in store for this next match. Place
He
your
must
bets
have quite,
now as they enter the ring.
I must say, he must have quite the explosive personality if he got her attention. Now, everyone, get settled down and get ready for quite possibly not, the fight of your lives.
You are standing there on your side of the ring, just like Douglas was previously, and the ring looks normal. It looks like it did before the first fight, like it didn't even happen. Across the ring from you, you see, and I don't think you saw his picture already, but I did post it
Mm-hmm.
into the face claims already. You see
I saw
this
that.
man approaching. He is very calm, very collected as he struts out onto the field. His hands are in his pockets, and the crowd is going wild. With every footstep he takes, he leaves a cindering, smoking little footprint behind him. There is steam rising around him, and even the air that just enshrouds his body, it looks almost like when you're staring at asphalt on a hot day and you see that kind of mirage-like effect.
Mm-hmm.
There's an extreme heat coming off of him.
He watches closely.
Well, always nice to be back in the ring, wouldn't you say, Storm? He holds his hands out and the crowd cheers. Now, I've never seen you around these parts before. I hope that means you're gonna give me something interesting tonight.
I've been told I'm a fun time.
Let's hope you don't disappoint then. He holds his hands out at his sides. There is a heat that emanates. You know, I'm kind of glad it's you. I was really afraid I was gonna get stuck against Spender's old partner, but, well, looks like she didn't hold up to the challenge.
Oh, trust me, I'm far better.
Oh, are you now? Well then, come on. Show me what you can do.
He sits there, waiting.
Cinders also waits, casually resting his hands back in his pockets and watching you.
I'm going to roll perception on any of his weaker points.
Go ahead.
That is a 14.
You see a very perfectly sculpted body. You see the heat evenly dispersed around his entire body and the steam rising around him. Even his hair seems to be falling perfectly in place. You do not notice any specific weak point on him at all. He's not favoring anything. He's not drawing attention to anything. He is perfectly still. His breathing even-toned, his eyes settled on you without relaying any sort of emotion at all.
Mm-hmm. He stands there at attention, sort of in a formal stance like his first fight.
What's the matter? Don't want to hit me.
He says nothing.
Interesting. Well, I suppose in the event that you don't do anything, we could just camp out here. You could get some sleeping bags, turn the lights down. He starts to pace softly, that same sizzle with each of his footsteps. I watched some of your previous fights, and I know you don't like to strike first. But I suppose we're going to be at an impasse if neither one of us will make the first move.
He's gonna casually begin sprinkling small flecks of ice on the ground, as if not listening to what he is saying. He is, but
Cinder's eyebrow lifts curiously, and you see a gleam kind of flash over his eyes. It's only there for a split second as he notices the ice crystals. Oh. I do believe they may have given you a horrible disadvantage, my friend.
I was thinking that to myself before our fight. Woe is me, as I'd like to say.
You're funny. You know that? I think I might have enjoyed spending time with you at one point if we weren't so set on killing each other. He starts to walk towards you, and immediately, even before he gets within touching distance, you can feel that blazing heat emanating off of him. And while it doesn't bother you, all of the people that are spectating in the splash zone, they begin shielding themselves and taking steps back. If any of you onlookers are in the zone as well, you will feel the intense heat coming off of this man. It is unpleasant.
I feel like Douglas is just like still at the bar trying to get patched up from the last fight.
I will add, they have healers that will heal you between matches in the prelims and the championship. So you are being attended to. You will get your AP and HP back.
Oh, right.
Yeah. So you're being attended to.
Okay.
But the heat makes you very uncomfortable as because of what you just dealt with.
Cool.
He is moving in on you, and by his posturing, you get the sense that he thinks this is going to be over with quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I suppose if I have to be the one to do it. And his footsteps are rapid as he approaches you and moves to grab you with his palm. He is going for either your neck or your face. You're not sure which.
Mm-hmm. Then I will roll to dodge.
Okay.
That is a 19.
Jesus, fuck, you scared the shit out of me.
Oh. 9.
No, Liam came up next to me and scared me. Yes, I want a snack. Please. I don't know. Can you make me some... Are you making ramen? I could go for some ramen, actually. Sounds fire. Yeah, so you got a... What'd you say?
19.
Okay. You are easily able to dodge his hand. And to be fair, he wasn't really trying that hard. He was mostly trying to get you to move.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just gonna take a step and just weave around his hand.
God, but you are annoying, he says, kind of flexing his fingers, looking at where you moved to.
Under the mask, he sort of raises his eyebrow at that statement.
Fine. If you're going to be difficult, and he crouches and slams his hands down on the ground. Immediately, the ground begins to superheat. The entirety of the concrete floor becomes almost molten. This tumultuous heat that people are scrambling away in the splash zone to get away from. It is almost too much to bear. Your clothes are beginning to sizzle and singe and smoke and wanting to catch flame.
He's going to, keeping his hands in his pockets, sort of take as many steps back as he needs.
He did this on the entirety of the floor. The entire floor of the cage, yeah.
Okay. In that case, he will toss his chain up. This is a cage, right?
Yes.
He's gonna toss his chain up and try to hook it onto the cage and lift himself.
Roll.
Alright. That is a 14.
Okay, you manage to, using your whip, catch near the top, kind of the corner edge of the cage, and pull yourself up off of the ground.
Alright. Just barely off the ground, just enough that he needs.
Yep.
Yeah.
What would you like to do? Do you want to attack, or are you just going to use your dodge?
He's just going to use his dodge.
Okay. Seeing you in this position, he is going to come flying at you with a
a full-fisted punch, and as his hand moves towards you, you can actually see the flames balling up around his fist.
He's going to dodge then.
He gonna try.
Let me pull up my. Oh, let me click. Damn it. Okay. That is a 17 to dodge.
We matched.
We matched.
So I'm going to say instead of a dodge, you managed to block it. But since you're in the air, it kind of sends you like fucking flying backwards.
Okay. I actually like that position. So he sort of just like, you know how when, typical anime stuff, somebody gets launched back and they like skid back on the floor. He's going to stand up and brush off his clothes, and he's going to begin his attack.
Okay.
I want to use. I have I planned this out. Freezing slash, but I want to use the adept version skating, which was the ability I chose back when we leveled up.
I gotta look at it again. Where the fuck are you? Where the fuck am I? What the fuck?
It's pretty hard to find.
Where is it? There it is.
Slash.
Interesting. So you're going for the force damage multiplier.
Yeah.
Okay.
He wants the speed.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Specifically, he's looking for speed. That's what he wants most.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'll do the... What? So I multiply the 1d4 times
So
what?
yeah, you... No. So basically, if you use skating in concurrence with a melee attack, you're gonna roll your melee damage, and you're gonna multiply whatever your basic attack is by whatever you roll on the d4.
Okay. So in terms of speed, because it says it increases speed, how much speed are we talking?
I would say it would give you like a +5 to speed while it's active.
Okay. I want to roll speed while using this ability, and I want to basically begin circling around him.
Okay.
So what speed that is a, let me do 25 for speed.
And you're just trying to run circles around him?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I mean, you're going pretty fucking fast.
Yeah.
I will remind you that the floor is very, very hot. So it's kind of making the ice melt, but you putting out constant ice, like, it's kind of just allowing the trail to spread out. Melting it and refreezing it. It's...
Yeah. So my plan here, I will divulge. I want to basically increase my speed as much as possible. With him being in the center of this, theoretically, if he has enough speed, it'll create a vacuum. That is my plan. In a vacuum, there's no such
fire
thing.
Can't exist in a vacuum.
Yeah, any sort of heat requires oxygen to create.
Okay. Well. So you start skating in circles around him, and at first he seems amused. He even laughs a little to himself. And then, as you start to create this vacuum, it starts to dampen his flames, and the heat begins to die down. His flames that surround him begin to flicker and snuff out, and his amusement quickly turns to frustration, and then to fear as he is struggling in this vacuum to try and get out of it.
Mm-hmm. Can I roll speed again?
Yeah.
That is a...
Monkey noises.
Natural 20.
Oop,
Oh my god.
good lord.
He is stuck. He is stuck in place, crouched against the ground with one palm down, trying to breathe, trying to reignite his flames, trying to do literally fucking anything.
Vacuums also do a whole lot of other horrifying shit to people when they're in them.
Yep. Their body begins to swell.
Yeah, he's just
Their blood freezes.
trying super
And then
fucking
boils.
hard to not stop existing right now. That's really what's happening.
Mm-hmm. He's going to keep going until he gets this man on his last legs.
Let me see if he can roll a high enough strength check to get out of it. That's a fucking no! He rolled a nat one. Why? Why do I keep rolling nat ones and all of you keep getting 20s? This is annoying!
So, my man.
He buckles.
This is the curse of D&D.
He buckles and he finds himself on the ground, a hand desperately outstretched towards what he thinks is the edge of this vacuum as his body trembles and you see his eyes begin to glaze.
I want to make absolutely 100% sure that he will not get back up.
I mean, he rolled a fucking 6. He can't get out of it. He's not rolling above a 10. Also, this move is horrifying, and I don't want you to ever do it again.
So the
Oh
only
dear
reason I thought
God.
of this is because he's a fire user.
Yeah. He's fucked. I don't know what you want me to tell you. Officially, as the DM, I am saying congratulations. You have literally fucked this guy completely. I cannot do anything because I can't roll for shit.
So theoretically, can I do a finishing move?
You know what? Fuck it. How do you want to do this?
As he just suddenly stops behind him, he's going to grab his shoulders and bite into his neck as hard as he can, and he wants to suck all of the blood in his body.
The crowd is as horrified as they are excited. It's just absolute chaos right now as you have officially beaten this man without taking a lick of damage.
I was not expecting that. I was expecting to take like a really big hit at least once.
Yeah, well, if I could roll higher than a fucking 10, maybe it would have happened. You know what this means, though, is that Liam's gonna get into the ring next, and he's not gonna get anything above a 10, and I'm gonna roll all of
Arthur's
my
gonna
high
die.
level fucking...
Arthur is gonna die.
Oh, God.
So as he finishes him off, he sort of like tears at his flesh and sort of like reels backwards, spraying all of the rest of the blood on the floor.
I'm gonna need art of that.
I will.
Yeah, so that's exactly what happens. And it's just absolute chaos. Like, it's insane in there. Everybody's freaking the fuck out. And your antler on the opposite side of your horn, you didn't really notice it at first, but something is coming in, and it's itching, and it's bleeding occasionally. It's really bothering you, and it feels even worse now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
your little antler nub is, yeah.
strategy beats strength.
It really fucking did.
Everybody's losing their minds as you are standing in the arena, drenched in blood, and the announcers are going fucking wild.
As a send off, he's going to create a rose made of ice in his hand, hold it up into the air, and drop it.
Let it shatter.
Like, sort of like throws it up into the air.
Absolutely incredible. The crowd is eating it up as you leave the arena. The announcers are... they can't even hardly speak. They're so stunned by what just fucking happened. They managed to get out... They managed to get out that, you know, they're gonna have to clean up the arena and reset things before the next fucking match.
Did you guys just see that? Tell me you saw that, because I sure as hell didn't.
I'm pretty sure that just took my breath away. It certainly took his away, let me tell you.
Listen, everyone, I don't think I'm going to be seeing a match much better than that for the rest of the night. Well, there is our final champion, but there's no point in spoiling anything, is there?
Of course not. We have to keep the people excited, and we love giving you people exactly what you want. Give us a few minutes to get ready for the next match where you will see Volsung go up against... She's flipping through her notes. The Fist, apparently. And how do we think that's gonna go?
Well, what are your opinions on this Volsung character? He's one of the few new faces around here.
I find his cowboy aesthetic to be rather endearing. He's a very interesting character, Flashpoint, I have to admit. And it is interesting to me that he's... Well, we've only seen him fighting in the entry rounds, but he does appear to be fighting alone, and this next contestant may be a good matchup for him.
You don't say. Quite. Do you mind sharing to the crowd, or would you like to keep that one a secret?
Oh, come on. Everybody knows that the Fist refuses to use any type of elemental abilities whatsoever. Some people like to think that he can't. Will we ever know? Who knows?
Well, next up we have these two quite charming fellows with their interesting quirks. Get ready.
As you approach the bar, Douglas has become fully healed up now. He's been patched up. You see Spender is sitting at the bar, and she turns and bows her head to you slowly in approval. Doesn't say anything.
He creates another rose in his hand, and he hands it to her.
She takes it. She has a very interesting expression on her face, gazing at you as she draws it in close to her and goes back to what she's doing. Douglas, you and Arthur are sitting there probably, as Soma hands this rose to a woman who you, Douglas, do not recognize.
God damn, good shit, Solo.
Honestly, I was expecting to probably end up half dead in there.
What,
That
like me?
was genuine terrifying.
I saw his name was Cinders, and figured it had something to do with fire, so that's why I waited to see what he would do, what his abilities were, how they functioned, so I figured with enough speed, you can create a vacuum. And so I did.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
My other strategy was to freeze him solid, but due to his heat, I don't think that would work.
Well, you can
Yeah,
just
I'm
go
glad I'm
on
not
around with
fighting you
fire.
to the death.
What was that, Arthur?
I'm glad I'm not fighting either of you to the death.
Well, we've yet to see what you're fully capable of. Give us a good show.
Speaking of,
Well,
what exactly is your plan here? Rasada says to you. I mean, from what I'm
Well-
hearing, this guy doesn't use any abilities, so he might be a decent matchup for you.
It's true. I've got a few tricks
that
up
means
my
all the more
sleeve,
terrifying.
but
That means he understands how
yeah.
to use his body. Doesn't need it.
Problem is, I ain't exactly a fan of fair fights.
Nice.
Coin toss is fair. Doesn't mean it turns out best for me all the time.
And we all know you
But-
don't like to enter fights that you know you can't win.
I mean, he doesn't have a weapon. Think I might be able to handle him.
Maybe.
The announcers are beginning to hype the crowds up again as the next match draws near. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss before you approach the ring?
No. Apart from the ramen I'm making, there's not much to discuss.
I just pat Arthur on the back, just have a fun fight.
I'm sure someone's gonna be having fun.
As you start to approach the ring, as the countdown dwindles, Rasada speaks to you through your link. You're aware of who you're fighting next?
Probably a big dude with a really good punching arm.
No, the name.
And the fist. Afraid I ain't familiar with it.
You should be. She's walking beside you. She's speaking to you through the link, but she is walking beside you, just trying to look inconspicuous, and she hands you a piece of paper. So all of the fighters so far, you already saw Cinder's, like, fighter card with his number on it. You are handed another card that she has obtained. And this is the card you get.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Hang on a minute.
Uh-huh.
Is that one of my target? That's one of my targets. Yep. Well, shit. Guess that makes this easy.
So, as you guys begin to approach, the announcers are doing their thing, hyping everybody up, and you get a look at your opponent across the way. He's just standing there. But there's this sort of aura emanating off of him. It is some kind of, it doesn't seem like magic to you, but it's definitely an aura that you can almost feel. You can't quite tell what it is yet. And as you start to get a look at him, you really start to see the same things that you noticed on your last target. You see a tiredness in the eyes. You see a sort of tearing in the body that's not really explainable. And yet this man, very much opposite to your last target you interacted with, this man is huge. He is tall. He is all muscle. And he has a look in his eye that is just dead set on murder. You can't even hear what the announcers are saying as you make eye contact with him, and you almost feel a spine chill come off of him. He is an intimidating figure to even the best.
I've been looking for you.
You say this as you guys enter the ring together. He tilts his head.
Look just like every other one that I've been looking for.
I guarantee you I'm one of a kind.
Nah. I mean, you're gonna be the first one that I've found that fights back, but you're just like the others.
His eye twitches as you say this. I'm not like fucking anybody. I don't know you. And you don't know me like that.
But you know the woman I work for.
What the fuck are you talking about? I thought we were here to fight, not play games.
There'll be plenty of time for fighting. Don't worry. I'm here to finish the job she started.
In the background, the announcers are saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, I believe these two may know each other."
Quite an interesting development, to say the least. See, I wonder if they're friends or foes from an alternate life.
Rather hard to tell. It does seem that the Fist is getting irritated by whatever Arthur is saying. Or not Arthur, what did you put your name? Volsung. Whatever Volsung's saying. But, then again, that's just how we like our Fist, right, boys? The crowd is losing their shit again.
The best fights are the personal ones.
Isn't that the truth? Back in the ring, Arthur.
Arthur is standing there like it's a fucking standoff, and he says, "Well, what's it gonna be, killer?"
I have a proposition for you.
A proposition.
Yeah.
And alright, I'll hear you out.
I want to know what the fuck you're talking about and who you're working for.
That condition of yours. Somebody did that to you.
You see his eye twitch again.
I don't know if she feels bad for you, or if she's just ashamed, or if she just doesn't want any witnesses knowing that she's still around.
His hand is trembling at his side. That bitch isn't capable of feeling.
Yeah, probably not.
You're
Can Soma
American,
hear
right?
this?
Yes, Soma can't hear this.
He's starting to put a few pieces together.
Nevada, born and raised.
Right. Well, me? I was from the States, too. Never got to go back after what she did to me. But I know my way around a Western, and I know your type, so here's the deal. How about we do a classic standoff?
A standoff.
One hit each.
Alright then. Show me what you got, killer.
He nods to himself. With pleasure. He arcs back, and you see that aura around him shifting again. And the muscles in his arms seem to pulse and manipulate themselves, and this fist comes flying at you with full fucking force.
Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
Are you gonna take the hit?
I mean, this is a standoff. I ain't just gonna sit there and let him get the hit off on me. He goes for the dodge.
Go ahead.
19.
You beat it. How are you gonna dodge this hit?
So, is he just going for like a straight up, like front punch?
Yeah, he was implying each one of us gets one hit, and whoever lives.
Oh, okay. Arthur actually is gonna take that hit.
Okay. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna have you do with his condition. I want you to roll 3d20s.
3d20s?
Yes.
Good lord. Okay, so that's a 17, an 18, and then another 17.
Okay, you said. So you beat that, you failed that, and you beat that. Okay, so you take this hit, and it throws you back against the cage. And you're swimming in consciousness. It feels like you just got hit by a fucking steamroller going max speed. Everything hurts, but you're alive. And based on what the announcers are shouting, this is a surprise. Because the fist is known as being a one-hit wonder. And as you kind of stagger up and push yourself forward, he grins. And it's almost a sad smile.
Gotta admit, kid, it's a damn good punch. I don't think I'd be able to top it. He pulls himself up off the ground and he says, "But I gotta finish the job somehow." And he starts walking towards him.
He just stands there. A whole turbulence of emotions on his face. Anger, irritation, fear, acceptance. He's going through all the stages of grief at once. But he still has that faint, sad smirk as well. As he stands there and he waits.
And he gets to where he's about like 5 steps, like 2 steps away from this guy, like almost face to face.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks up at him and he says, "I'll make this quick." And as soon as he says that, he's going to use Rum Brave as a flash of the sound of steel, as from his boot he pulls his knife and goes for one clean cut. And as he does, he says, "Don't worry, she'll get what's coming to her."
He doesn't dodge. He doesn't move at all. He just smiles at you a little. And takes the hit. Go ahead and roll.
An 18.
Trying to
And
remember
for poetic purposes, I would like to use Rumbrave's additional ability. Make it go away.
Ah! That hurts. A lot. Where are you aiming this blade?
It's just a quick, clean cut straight to the neck. He wants the death to be as quick and painless as possible.
Let me see if it is as quick and painless as possible. It's not. You slash and you think, because normally when you've used this before, it's a one shot, it drops them, and that's that, but he drops to his knees, a hand moving to his throat. He looks down and he can see the blood flowing over his fingers. It starts to slip out of the corners of his mouth and he coughs. He still has that sad smile as he puts a hand on the ground and braces himself.
I'm sorry, kid. And he's going to go for another just to try and finish it off.
You're able to make the hit because he's not trying to stop you. And you are able to deduce that once he realized who you were working for, he gave up. And as his body just begins to drain at your feet, the crowd is kind of stunned to silence. Almost like they don't know what just happened. Because this was so out of character for one of their champions.
I'm gonna be honest. This entire fight left me quite speechless. Any comments, One?
Oni just slowly shakes her head no. She is staring at the center of the ring where his body is.
Well, the winner is Volsung. We'll get back to the next fight.
Arthur doesn't do any celebrating. He just coldly and cleanly wipes down his knife, puts it back in his boot, and walks out of the arena.
You are all back at the bar together. And in fact, not that either of you have needed it, you kind of went back to check on Douglas, who kind of got pulled into a side healing area to make sure he was alright, to check him over and make sure he was fit for his next round. So that is where all of you are at currently.
Right. So, fate is a funny thing, isn't it, Arthur?
You're muted again.
Yeah. It has a sick fucking sense of humor.
So,
You didn't get hurt either?
you were contracted by my sister, were you not?
Yeah, it seems to be about what it is. What seems to be about it.
Seems like she's covering up her tracks. I feel bad for all those poor fuckers.
Arthur, you didn't get hurt either in your fight?
I think my jaw might be broken.
Yeah, you
Ugh.
are being attended to by people. He definitely looked like he took a fucking hit.
I lived.
That's good.
I've been in worse condition, but I ain't never took a single hit that's been that hard.
Well, you're fine by me in my book. Even if you're working for her, you're just the gunman. I have full respect for
Well,
you.
I want my money. Problem is, I got my rules. 2 of them, really. 3. I ain't ever gonna kill no kids. And I ain't ever gonna work for no witches and no devils. Now that I know that thing is what I'm working for, I ain't exactly interested in sticking around to see how the job ends.
Douglas just kind of has a smirk on his face when he says devils.
Now I know you ain't human either, but you're close enough.
I'll take that as a compliment.
You should, Rosada says over his shoulder. He rarely gives them.
And you will likely never hear another one like it from me again.
Well, suppose we should celebrate.
I mean, how much can I celebrate when my next fight is up?
True. Well, let's get the celebrations done, in case you do die.
You guys
Oh,
begin
yeah.
celebrating a little bit, and you're surprised with just how quickly the time passes, because soon enough you hear Prodigy and Full Counter, please approach the ring. The preliminary rounds are over. The next rounds are about to begin.
Alright. I guess it's my time then. And Douglas kind of gets up, starts like kind of cracking, not cracking, but like loosening up his shoulders, stretches a little bit.
Go break a few bones. Or dozens.
We'll see what happens.
As you start to approach the ring, and the announcers are beginning to hype up both you, Prodigy, and Full Counter. And you take notice that a lot of the times during the fights, the people who are hosting, who are sponsoring the fighters will make themselves known. And you catch a glimpse of somebody you know. You see Kyoko. She definitely looks different. She's in a very fancy dress. But it's definitely Kyoko, who has come to observe the fight, oddly enough.
Douglas just laughs a little bit.
Well. See, after that last fight, well, the name The Fist is taken, and let's be honest, Prodigy sounds like a bit of a rookie name. What do you think, Oni?
I think he's gonna have a lot to prove today in the ring after that last battle. I mean, that poor girl didn't even stand a chance against Full Counter. I've never seen anything like that before. It was actually kind of horrifying. I'm glad I'm not the one in the ring with her today.
Very true. Well, you, Mr. Prodigy, up on the stage, your name and life are on the line here. Perhaps you might prove worthy of the title, The Fist.
I like catch notice if they said knife. I'm like, oh shit, they noticed.
As you, well, you did tie it to your leg during the last fight.
Yeah, like, well,
As
alright.
you are standing and positioning yourself in the ring, you can't really get a good look at your opponent. But you do catch a glimpse out of Kyoko's eyes. They are wide and somewhat startled. And as the cage doors rattle open and you step into the ring, you hear a shout from behind you. Douglas, wait!
Douglas turns around.
It's Sadie, and she's breathing hard. Douglas! Your opponent! And the cage door shuts behind you, just like it did the first time. You turn, and you see the person standing in front of you. She looks up at you, and she slowly lowers her hood. and she frowns.
Well, this sucks.
Fuck.
Oh, no fucking way.
Douglas is just like he's speechless.
Soma is going to go through the headset and he's going to say, "Follow the plan."
This wasn't supposed to be what happened, you know. I thought I was gonna go up against Arthur. And maybe I'd get to beat the shit out of him and, you know, have a little fun in the process, but
Yeah, that's what you thought.
Kyoko offered to sponsor me, and I thought I could help if maybe I could get far enough into the finals that I could get close enough to the bar. I didn't know all of you were entering too.
Okay. I'm gonna show your old man what you can do finally.
There's a hint of tears beginning to well in the corners of her eyes.
No.
Meanwhile, the announcers, I'm sure, are losing their minds because of what the fuck is happening. They have no idea what's happening, but everybody's standing there and freaking out.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that not only do the Fist and Volsung know each other, but also the runner-ups?
I'm starting to get the sense that everybody knows each other here, Flashpoint.
Small world.
Wait till they find out we're brother and sister.
Ah, they're not supposed to know that.
Oh, my bad. Katya is standing there. She's kind of in a defensive position still. The tears are still welled up in the corner of her eyes, and she's trembling a little bit.
Well, I'm proud that you, I guess, absolutely destroyed the last opponent.
She smiles a little, like she wants to be happy. Like she's excited that you're proud of her, but at the same time, she is in an entire state of dread at this situation. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. That's just. I don't even know how to make of this.
She slowly brings her fists up in front of her.
Douglas is just like scratching at his head, like non-existent, just trying to make any sort of idea of like why he would go behind his back to enter the ring, the tournament.
What are you doing? Why are you just standing there?
I'm not gonna.
Why aren't you
I can
mad
make
at
the first.
me?
Well, I am. I'm annoyed. Kind of disappointed that you went behind my back like this.
I thought I was
Also
being
proud that
helpful.
you're able to make a. Yeah, I know. But also, I'm
Eliza,
proud that you're able to make yourself a name of yourself.
Eliza, I know you can hear me through Douglas's link, so listen. I know you have a plan. I beg of you to follow it well.
Douglas, you hear something through your link. Katya's standing there, looking at you. Looks like she doesn't know whether to cry or to laugh or to make a move. But she's waiting on you, watching you stand there in silence.
Douglas enters a fighting stance. This is normal, usual fighting stance. How he always does. And says to Katya, just tell me what you're made of. Tell me what you're made of. Make your old man proud.
Is this for real?
You made your own bed. Now you gotta sleep in it.
Katya wipes at her eyes. She kind of arches down into the stance that you taught her, a defensive stance, and waits. You've seen it a dozen times. You've sparred with her a dozen times. You taught her everything she knows, pretty much. And you know she's waiting on you.
I'm not making the first move on you.
Why not?
Because you gotta show me what you're made of.
Fine, she says, and she kind of braces herself on the balls of her feet and then lurches forward and moves in to strike you. Are you gonna dodge?
Uh, no.
Katya goes in, aiming for your face, and she kind of has to launch herself into the air because you are very tall. She gets to the point where she's about to hit you, and her fist freezes just a few centimeters from your skin, her hand shaking.
No?
She hesitates, and being midair, she kind of sails past you. She lands, and you can see the tears have begun to slip down her cheeks.
You want to make this a real fight, don't you? Cool.
What did
You
you
want me
say?
to actually try, don't you? You want me to actually try, don't you? You're not. You want me to dodge and do the whole song and dance, don't you?
She looks at you over her shoulder. I don't want to beat you this time. I'm sorry, Dad. The second she says this, the crowd erupts. The announcers, hearing everything that was just said, are starting to question each other. Did I just hear what I thought I heard? Not only do they know each other, but it appears that Full Counter may actually be Prodigy's child.
No, I don't think I've seen anything quite like this before. Quite the development, even more than the Volsung's fight. I don't know how they're going to recover from this.
I don't know if we're going to have a fight, but you know the rules. Those cage doors are gonna remain locked until one of them is down.
This ended up being quite the predicament. Stay seated, folks. We may be here for a while.
Ladies and gentlemen, you better cast your bets and maybe reconsider where you're placing them. Can a father take down his own daughter in the ring? Or will the little thing triumph over him? Will there even be a fight to begin with?
We may yet see a David versus Goliath.
Katya's listening to all of this. She has her back to you. Her fist is trembling at her side. What do you want to do?
Come on. Oh, daughter of mine. Let's make this like at old times, right? Just us two. Keep in the ring. Just doing some sparring, right? That's all this is.
She wipes with her forearm against her cheeks and turns around and looks at you and nods a little. Okay.
Now let's restart.
She gets back into her usual stance.
You want to make a countdown?
She nods a little.
Alright. 3, 2. What?
She said 2.
1.
She moves in to strike you, and this time you can tell the hit is coming in to actually hit you. You gonna counter?
I'll dodge.
Roll. What'd you get?
19.
Okay, you just barely, she had an 18, you just barely miss getting clobbered by her fist as she goes sailing past you again. Your go?
Got a little better.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I want to run up and throw like a normal like a slower than average speed punch.
So you're being slow on purpose?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Roll at disadvantage, I guess?
Fucking good thing. I just rolled a 20 for my first one.
Well, I rolled a nat 1, so
And then I rolled an 8.
you still beat her. I'm gonna chalk that up to Katya's emotional state and hesitation. Um, yeah. So what were you aiming for?
I just kind of like hit like the I hit the like the between the shoulder blades.
Yeah, so you managed to clip her like straight between the shoulder blades, and it sends her into the cage wall.
I'm just kind of like cringe a little bit. Just
She hits the cage wall and then hits the floor.
She kind of lands in a crouch and snaps her head to look at you, and there's something in her eyes that's different.
Kind of give a smirk finally. She actually wants to fight now.
Now she's mad. This time, she braces and kind of bounces off of the cage wall and comes flying at you, and it's hard.
Alright.
Roll. I don't think it's
It's
gonna...
not one.
She rolled a nat 20. She... Fuck, what is she even gonna do? She, like, fucking haymakers you. Like, she comes at you like a bullet. Catches you, basically clotheslines you, and throws you onto the ground. With all of the force of a fucking truck.
See if I can find, like, something that I'm thinking of. No, can't find it. Yeah, you ever play Smash Bros?
No. But continue.
So, Little Mac has a move called Jolt Haymaker, where he, like, lunges and just, like, swings downwards.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something like that? Just, like, a full, like...
Yeah.
Like, top, like, starting from the top and going downwards.
Yeah,
just, like...
yeah. Like, she just hits you, like, top down and just yeets you onto the floor. You feel your, like, spine crack with the collision.
I, like, try to, like, punch the ground, like, to brace myself.
You managed to catch yourself.
How much damage?
Let's see what Katya rolls. Kat has 15 strength, right? So you're taking 20.
15. Half?
Yeah, since it's melee. So
Okay.
10. I mean, it hurts, don't get me wrong. Like, she's strong as fuck, which is horrifying. But yeah, as far as the numbers go, yeah, you only took 10.
I, like, get up and, like, crack my back. I'm like, oh, that's okay.
She is watching you like a cat.
You ready to finally fight me for real?
Are you?
Sure. Just how to awaken your little angriness a little bit.
Well, congratulations. You did it. There's something in her voice that's different.
Douglas still just has like a smirk on his face.
What are you gonna do? It's your move.
I just try to go in for like a quick little jab.
Okay.
For like body.
Roll. What'd you get?
11.
11? She blocks it and counters with her own golden roll again.
Nat 20.
You're gonna counter. What do you want to do?
Just gotta like shove her a little bit.
A little bit? With a nat 20?
Yeah.
Okay. So
She doesn't fall, but just so she stumbles.
She staggers backward a little bit and seems irritated at you.
kind of confused.
Aw, that's the best you got.
Her eye twitches. She is going to... What is she gonna do? She's gonna go for the 3 combo you taught her.
Alright.
So I guess roll... Three times?
3 times? Okay.
I guess?
This is just like one of her abilities, I guess.
I guess? I mean, you taught it to her.
Yeah. I mean, I've never done like anything like that as far as like an ability, so that's cool. Maybe I can add it to myself.
I mean, technically it's called combo, and that move does exist.
It does exist. So I rolled a 6, a 15, and a 19.
Okay, so, her first swing is gonna hit you. The second one is gonna miss because you're onto her. You know what she's doing. And the third one matches. So you guys,
Okay.
I'm kind of imagining, like, on the third hit, you figured out what she's doing, and you kind of, like, you guys' fists, like, meet each other.
I like block it. I like my long.
A fucking Dio fight.
How much damage do I take for the first hit?
It's gonna be plus hers. For some reason, there we go. Desktop isn't wanting to cooperate with me. What is hers? It's gonna be 27. Half.
So 13?
Yep.
What? 37.
Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
I'm just watching you change the numbers.
1300.
Yeah, I was like, are you good?
Blackfoot activates. Fucking go crazy.
God. I feel like at this point, like, you guys are just quick succession swinging at each other.
Yeah. We're just kind of like up in each other's faces, just like constantly throwing punches.
Yes. And it's just like
Things are
when
good.
you've trained with her before. And there are a few minutes in there when it actually seems like she cracks a smile, or she might be having fun, but that knowledge is looming on you that one of you is gonna have to walk out of this ring.
Lose.
Yeah. And you guys, I mean, have been pretty evenly matched.
I gotta send you a question.
I'm listening. You sending it on Discord?
You get it? Yeah.
No. Oh, hold on. Aha! Okay, so, that's a good question.
Interesting, right?
I mean, but that's if she does.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, she hasn't hit that threshold yet.
Okay. Just wondering.
I mean, if you get her to that point, then I may take some DM discretion.
Okay. Well, whose hit is it? Is it hers?
I think it's yours. I don't know. Like I said,
Alright.
at this moment, like, you guys are just bouncing back and forth. You guys are pretty evenly matched, and you know one of you is going to have to do something. So I am going to ask you, as the DM, what exactly is your plan here?
I guess just keep throwing blows with my daughter.
Yep.
So one of us falls.
I will
Don't
add,
blame me.
Soma, you're watching them be evenly matched.
at this point. Are you gonna input anything, or are you just watching them?
Well, he did already tell them what to do. But Douglas
Wait, tell who what to do. Oh yeah, never mind.
follow the plan. One of you is gonna have to take the hit. Take the loss.
Katya is also going to speak to you through your link while you're fighting.
You know we can't keep doing this, right?
No. No, I know.
So what's the play here? Do we get serious? Or is one of us going
Beat
to
up.
tap?
I don't want to beat up my daughter.
I don't know if you have a choice. Like you said, I made my bed, right?
You gotta sleep in it. You want me to get serious?
I don't think we have a choice, do we?
No, sadly not. After a couple punches are blown, I just or like thrown, I just kind of like want to step back.
You two separate. You're both breathing fairly heavily. You're looking at each other.
I want to try to talk to Eliza real quick.
You can speak to her through your link.
So, what do I do?
You're asking me?
Yeah.
What am I supposed to say, Douglas?
Well, do we let our daughter progress to the final rounds?
Do you really want to let her go in there with God knows who? Into a kill only round? By herself?
Exactly. I don't want it. I also don't really want to beat up my daughter.
We're past that now. We have to do something. If she wins this, then she's on her own against whoever she ends up against.
I don't want that. Not the slightest. Beating up my daughter, it is that. That's a hell of a thing to put on my fucking list of everything I hate.
I don't know what else to do. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I'm sorry.
Eliza starts to sob through your link.
I don't know what you guys are talking about in there, but somebody here has to either fake a loss or fake a death. And I don't want it to be you. Katya cannot go in there alone.
Oh, no. I know she can't. So, this shit has to be done then. Sadly.
Hey, Dad.
Katya says across the ring to you.
What's up, sweetie?
You promise you won't hate me for this?
I don't hate you. You're still my daughter. All kids make mistakes, right?
Joining the competition was a mistake. But this is on purpose.
And she is going to move in towards you. You see an ominous purple glow begin to emit from her fingertips. What would you like to do? She is moving toward you with intent.
Dodge. Encounter.
Go ahead and try.
$19.
You manage to dodge her. Just barely. As her fingertips whiff your, the edge of your hoodie. You get this weird sense of foreboding in those fingertips, and you are sensing a power output coming off of her that is unlike anything you have ever felt from her before. You wanted to counter?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
$15.
You're gonna hit?
Kind of want to like grab her out of the air and just like throw her.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you throwing her?
It's kind of behind me. Just like, yeah.
So you
Kind of letting her momentum go, kind of thing. But
so you basically like loop your arm around her and spin her around and yeet her in the opposite direction.
kind of, yeah.
She kind of lands sliding, gets back up, and moves towards you again. That ominous glow is still there on her fingertips and around the veins in her palm.
Can I make a perception check?
Yes, you can. What are you trying to deduce exactly?
If it's Narcissa or not.
Roll.
God damn, another 19. Jesus Christ.
You can
do I have to-
tell that
What?
this is no longer your daughter. But it's also not your daughter either. Because the purple in her eyes, it's not like it usually is with Narcissa. The purple is in her hand. But there's something strange in Katya's eyes that you don't recognize either. Like there's a
Not a black?
focus and a drive there that you don't recognize. They are not filled with black yet, but you are starting to see the veins crinkle out on either side.
No, I definitely have to win this fight. Alright. So she's rushing at me?
Yes.
What do I do? I want to try to use quicksand on her.
Okay. Gotta slide to it. Oh shit. Okay. So you put this down just in between you and her, like underneath of her, and hope she gets stuck in it?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, she's gonna have to make either a strength or a dex. It's gonna be a strength check. Let's see how this goes. Cause now I gotta roll for her and counter roll for her.
Jesus
Okay,
Christ.
she is, she sinks. She starts to sink into the sand. She glances down at it and looks kind of startled and tries to scramble backwards a bit.
You want to use magic? I'll start using a little magic myself. Say to her.
She is currently struggling to get out of the quicksand. What would you like to do? It's your move.
I don't want to run kind of around it into at her and try to punch her in a way so it kind of launches her out of the quicksand.
So you want to throw her out of it?
Yeah. but also punch her at the same time.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. She's at disadvantage, so. What'd you get?
Dude, I didn't even. Man. Not 20.
Oh my god. Cyrus. Cyrus.
Oh no.
Oh my
Can't believe you just
god.
annihilated your own kid.
Okay,
Shit,
I want to
so
punch her, not like no bony area, right? I want to try to like hit her like right in the side.
so in
and
the
try to, like,
bones in
knock
her
her-
side? What do you mean? There are
Like,
bones
there's,
there.
like, there's a part where it's like it's fleshy. There's no rib cage there.
Yeah, so her organs, the organs
Wait,
that could rupture.
Yeah, you're going to
Fuck it,
target her vital organs? What are you doing?
fuck it. Her bones. God damn it. Her fucking the side of her body. Fuck it.
Break
I
her
don't-
arm or something like that.
Break her
Fine,
arm or
I'll punch her right in the side of the arm so she goes flying out of the damn quicksand.
Okay, so I'm gonna. Is this just you're just punching with a basic attack?
Yep.
Okay, so roll me your d20 plus your strength or dex.
That was the one time I didn't want to fuck. Oh no shit.
What did you do? Cyrus.
Max damage?
Did you roll another 20?
God,
Cyrus.
dude.
Let's fucking go!
What?
Well,
Mm.
I think this match is over.
Okay, so hold on. Hold on. So you rolled a 20 plus your strength, which is 11. Wait, are you utilizing Eliza's strength in this, or were you not planning on it?
No, I'm not planning on it.
Okay, so then you rolled another 20, which is gonna make this 31.
Like 80 damage or some
Hold
shit.
on! I'm not done doing the math yet!
Oh my God. Me absolutely brutalizing my daughter so she gets
Roll
out of
another
pregnant.
d20.
This is domestic abuse.
Why?
Roll another d20.
Okay, 6.
Okay, and Katya's HP was at...
Like 240. She has an insane amount of HP compared to me.
How does she have 2 fucking 40?
She's
I don't
strong.
know. You gave it to her.
You're right. It's just the way that she's...
She's built different apparently.
Yeah.
She got Chonky Con. Okay, so... She was at 240 when you got serious. Yes. And she took how much damage in the beginning of the fight? I wrote down like 50. So she's like
50?
at
I only
122 right
punched her
now.
like punched her once. Like actually punched her.
She's around like 122 right now. So you punch her, but because you got her so good, you actually like fucking throw her. Like I don't know what happened in Douglas's brain. Like if you had a flashback or if the black blood just took a little bit of control, but you didn't mean to hit her that hard. And then you did. You kind of look down at your hand as the quicksand fades away. And you see that your knuckles are bleeding. And you look across the ring and you see Katya laying on her side. And for a minute she doesn't move. And then she places a hand shakily on the ring and she starts to get back up.
Douglas just falls to the ground. Like, you know, like the fall, like where your legs are like spread out and you're like on your knees pretty much,
Uh-huh.
like backwards. Yeah, he does one of those.
Douglas,
She
if you keep going, she's going to get volatile. You have to get her out of there.
She turns her head slowly, and the blackness is beginning to consume her eyes as you hear Soma say this.
She will destroy this entire facility if you don't stop her. You have to fake her death or something.
When it's not around and she'll die, it's just
Said fake.
knockout.
Fake her death. Doesn't matter what you do. She's going to keep coming back if you let her get to the point everyone here will die.
Douglas, you can
Eliza,
feel the you feel her emotions, and you can feel now, especially knowing what the black blood starting to take over feels like. You can feel it in her, and because you feel it in her, you're starting to feel it in yourself. That jittery, the shaking, the strength returning to your fingers, the urge to fight.
like, let's just take some like a massive breath, just trying to recollect themselves. Eliza, do you want to try to do the thing that we talked about?
We can't send her anywhere. If you send her now, she'll just... she'll be somewhere. Completely lost to the black blood, and then what?
Angry in the middle and nowhere.
I don't think we have a choice. You're gonna have to stop her.
Yeah. Yeah. What? It's just a little girl, right? Right? Completely consumed by some horrible fucking disease that was also my daughter, right? That's totally just it.
It's not fucking fair. Is that what you want me to say to you?
Not fair. No, it's fucking not.
You should have sent her somewhere to begin with.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this, right? Totally.
You feel
Jump.
Eliza just breaking through her link with you.
We could take it to fight. Teleport out of here. Me and her. And you.
Maybe you can make it a tie. Both of you lose. You all go somewhere else.
Eliza. That sound good?
I
We,
I can
we
try.
just give up on this fight entirely?
I can try. I don't know. I've never teleported more than me. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to take all three of us, but I'll do what I can.
The Blackwood and both of us make that shit hopefully pretty easy, right?
Or really, really difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
I have to make contact with her, Douglas. You know what that means you have to do.
Okay. I like pulled Eliza out of my sheath.
the announcers proceeding to start losing their shit as Douglas pulls a blade out of fucking nowhere.
I want to hold the blade though by the blade. I want to hold Eliza by the blade and have the hilt out.
You're doing so, but she's going to cut you that way.
It's fine. It's just contact, right?
Douglas, what are you doing? You're hurting yourself.
Fine. They're only a little sharp anyway.
You can feel an emotion moving through her, like she smiles through her tears at that comment. Katya is trembling, and she has braced herself in an almost cat-like position. You see her fingertips grating into the concrete, except they don't look like fingertips anymore. They're starting to look like claws. Sparks are beginning to fly. The purple glow has faded as the black blood begins to take over.
We gotta do this before he fully takes over, right?
Right.
Douglas makes a fucking absolute mad dash towards her. Like the fastest he could ever fucking run.
Mm-hmm.
And just tries to like, in a sense, like hit her on the top of her head with the hilt of the blade, or not the hilt, but like the grip of the blade.
Roll me a speed check. Because she is getting ready to lunge at you.
16. And then I have my speed to it, right?
Yes. It's not gonna matter. She rolled a nat 1.
Well, I mean, it would have been, what, 27?
I mean, with the crit fail either way.
Yeah.
So that crit fail amounts to, you see her, the black blood's taking her over, and she's looking like she's about to launch and lash out at you, but you can see that she's trying to hold herself still. So you make it as she's fighting with herself.
It's kind of like place the blade of the grip of the blade on her head.
You make contact with the top of her head with Eliza, and there is a flash. I would like you to roll me a d20.
19.
Okay. For the rest of you, you watch as Douglas sprints with lightning fast speed across the ring. Katya has somehow gotten herself stuck. You can see the sparks flying. You can see the black blood taking her over. He makes contact with her. There is an explosion of darkness. And then the ring is completely empty.
Soma,
What?
like, collapses to his knees and he says, I need to get those three some therapy.
What the fuck just happened? Did they just explode?
I'll tell you after everything.
Are they alright?
He sort of does a zipping shut motion on his hands. On his mouth, I mean.
Alright. Great.
The crowd is a mass of just energy as a huge commotion breaks out. The announcers are confused. They have no idea what's going on. Nobody seems to know what the hell's going on. Kyoko has stood up from where she has been spectating this match. Mr. Smith has also risen up, and they have both approached the ring, looking equal parts concerned and irritated. The announcers are trying to vamp at this point. Ladies and gentlemen, we appear to be experiencing some kind of I don't even know how to describe this. This would be a good time to take another ad break. We'll get back to you with more of the fights and the carnage just as soon as we figure out what the hell is going on.
Let's get to another ad break.
Another of the weird medical ads comes on, and the cage doors open, and people actually are inside the cage, inspecting it, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Douglas, you rolled what? Did you roll a 19?
Cyrus?
Did I kill Cyrus?
Cyrus, are you alive?
I can't believe Cyrus is fucking dead.
Cyrus?
Cyrus? He's aggressively clicking his mute button. What does that mean?
Cyrus?
I broke him. I think I broke him.
Cyrus.
Whoops. Oh,
He'll be back.
there he is. Cyrus?
Hola.
Hello. ¿Cómo estás? Hello.
What did you roll?
19.
Okay. You are the first to come back to your senses. The black blood feeling that was rushing through you a moment ago, it has ebbed. And you have withstood its call. You look around and try and get your bearings. There's dull yellow lights over you. You still appear to be underground, somewhere. You kind of push yourself up, and your hand makes contact with something cold and wet and squishy.
Ew.
You look down, and that's when the face full of the smell of decay hits you. You're struck with remembrance, and suddenly you think you might know where you're at.
Am I in the pit?
Hmm?
Am I in that pit?
You are in the room where you found all of the bodies.
Ew.
And, fun fact, they're still there.
Even more decayed, I imagine.
Yes. Especially
So it looks
because
like-
water got into the room, and that made it even worse.
Douglas like tries to scramble up and tries to get his bearings. Realizes where he's at and tries to find the door.
You scramble around for the door. You can feel the decomposing guts on your hands squelching against the walls as you try and find the handle. And finally you find it and you begin to twist, and you're trying to figure out how to get it open when you hear a shout from somewhere outside the door. Do you
I
stop
just
to listen?
Listen. Yeah, I stopped to listen.
You hear silence for just a moment and then another shout, this time from a voice you recognize. Cat, no! Stop it right now! You need to stop or you're not gonna be able to... No, cat! It is Eliza, and she sounds scared.
What is going on? Can I do something? And can I somehow freeze the door, making it more brutal, and try to
Yes.
break the lock like that?
Go ahead and roll.
Alright,
See how well your freeze
Discord.
goes. Hmm?
Done this a long time. 13.
Okay. You manage to freeze the locking mechanism on the door, and you start bashing your shoulder into it. It appears to be giving. You hear more shouting outside and a scream.
I bash even harder. Start like slamming my entire body weight in the door.
It takes 5 or 6 tries, but finally, on the 6th, you manage to shove the door, and it breaks open in a shatter of ice and pieces of metal. You kind of scramble out, look down to see your hands and a good portion of your legs covered in that disgusting remains, for lack of a better word, and you're kind of caught up in that for a moment until you hear another shout, and you look up and you see Katya on top of Eliza, and she looks like she is trying to tear her apart.
I run over and try to tackle Katya.
Roll me
I'm like
d20.
hold her still. 14.
You slam into her and manage to get Katya in your arms and throw her from atop Eliza.
I just try to like pin her arms, like in like a lock on my arms, and then pin her legs using my legs.
Make a strength check.
Okay. My strength is low. Oh shit, nat 20. Scan.
Fuck. You are barely able to hold on to her. It feels like you are trying to hug a bear. It feels like a monster underneath of you, and it is all you can do to keep your grip on her.
I meant more like my back on the ground and her arms are like pinned, like under my arm, like kind of like in a kind of grip, like you know what I'm talking about. And then her legs, like I try to like pretzel her legs in between my legs.
Gotcha.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's all you can do to hold on to her. You hear Eliza gasping beside you.
Please try to calm down our daughter before she fucking kills one of us.
You hear kind of a wet slap and a moving sound. And then Eliza is beside you, and she is putting her hands on either side of Katya's face. Katya is writhing wildly and snarling. She sounds like a wild animal.
I just try to keep a hold on and let Eliza try to do her thing.
Eliza goes still, and after a moment, she goes limp. But so does Katya. They both stop moving. She's no
I
longer
still hold
fighting
my.
you.
Sure.
Neither of them are moving.
I like try to call out to Eliza.
She doesn't respond to you.
I loosen my grip.
Nothing
We
happens.
still.
She doesn't fight you.
fully loosen my grip and just pick her up and put her down.
You loosen your grip and you kind of move her to the side a little, and you look down and you see something that you haven't seen before. Eliza is still gripping either side of Katya's face, her fingers dug in almost to the point of breaking the skin. Katya's eyes are black but beginning to drain, but the black veins that stretch out from the sides of her eyes, they almost look like little rivers, and they are moving towards Eliza's hands. You see trails of black beginning to move up Eliza's arms.
I try to like remove Eliza's arms from Katya's face.
You try, but it feels like you're trying to remove a bolted piece of steel from another piece of steel. It's a vice-like grip. Would you like to make a strength check?
Yeah.
Roll.
22.
You start to pry one hand away, and as you do, you see between the skin and of her palm and Katya's cheek, there's a separation there, and then it's almost like a viper, like a snake. The black blood emerges from Katya's cheeks and lashes out into Eliza's palms, like it's alive, like it is being drawn there.
I want to try something. I don't know if it will work. Can I try to use purifications?
What does it do? Let me double
The
check.
user heals corrupted nature in its vicinity. That do anything?
So we did discuss purification way back when we
I
made
do.
your tree, that it does not work against corruption, the black blood. But Douglas doesn't know that.
No. He tries anyway. He like holds onto Eliza and tries to do it.
Do you say anything?
Please, I hope this fucking works.
You emit a burst of... I'm trying to think of what purification would look like. I imagine it's like a whitish sort of light
Yeah.
that emits from your fingertips and moves into her, and it seems like it doesn't do anything until it does. Or maybe it's just that the process, it has run its course. You're not sure, but the blackness begins to fade entirely, the veins dissipating. The black trails are moving up Eliza's arms slowly, making their way like little tiny snakes up towards her neck. She opens her eyes, and they are black and filling and darkening. She gasps for air. It
I
seems
grab
that
Eliza and like try to shake her out of it.
you start shaking her. She chokes in a breath. Her eyes seem to twitch. You're watching as the black lines are moving up into her neck now.
Douglas is panicking, trying to think of anything he can do. He tries to use revitalize nature, see if that does anything.
She puts a shaky hand out, snaps it up onto the side of your face, and grips you there gently. Lock me up, she whispers to you.
Lock you up there.
Put me in the sheath before I...
I fucking open up my sheath just really quick.
You see this weird sort of almost like refracted light where her body is in one spot and there's hints of her transformation moving toward the sheath and then moving back like something is fighting, not letting her transform, like she keeps being pulled back to the present. She lets out a scared breath.
Damn it! I rip off the fucking sheath on my leg and like hold it at her.
You make contact with her with the sheath, and that distorted fragmentation is still there, and it appears that she is trying to go into the sheath. You feel just an overwhelming distress and pain through your links and just panic. She's panicking.
I'm panicking.
Both of you are panicking. Let me see if I can beat the check for it. Oh my god, they tied. Why are they tied? They're still in the light refraction phase. She's fighting it, something's fighting her. My dice keep
Like
dying.
shaking her with the other arm, just like please, just snap out of it.
She's trying. For lack of a better word, she's trying.
Douglas is almost in tears right now, just like crying and like he can't. He's in such like a he can't do anything position that he's just sitting there. The only thing you do is just hold the sheath and keep shaking Eliza.
You hear a soft laugh coming through your link. Well, well. Seems we're at an impasse. You've heard this voice before, in her inner room. You have met not Eliza, who goes by the name Azile. Just give her to me. Why do you insist on fighting me? She's better off with me. She'll be stronger.
But you're there for yourself.
She
She'll
made this deal herself. She knew what she was doing.
fucking cared. Let go of her.
Soma,
Yes.
have you guys gone to look for them at all, or are you waiting to watch the aftermath of the
He's waiting. because
stress
he
in the
has
ring?
He has no idea where they are. And
Gotcha.
where they could be.
Yeah, literally neither of us have any fucking clue.
Soma had a sort of bond with Douglas, and I couldn't remember if that allowed him to detect
No.
spatially where he was at or not.
No.
I thought I could.
No.
If it's the same thing that Pridwin and Lunala have, then they're able to find each other.
They do not have like a ring bond from. It's not like that, but they had another like a demon bond. I didn't know if that was one of the stipulations. I couldn't remember.
No. He has
Yeah.
a bond. He has a special bond with Cat, but no.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what's your bond with Cat? Because Cat's in the same spot he is.
So my bond with Cat is only works if she's nearby.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So you guys are just waiting in the ring. You're just chilling. I mean, they're gone, and it seems like the refs and the announcers, they don't know what to do with this situation.
Mm-hmm.
Well, folks, I guess we'll just move on to our next fight here. There's a lot of boos and disgruntledness amongst the crowd.
Has anything like this happened before, Oni?
Not since we've been here. In fact, this may be the first time in Fight Club history that I have ever seen two candidates just disappear right off of the stage itself.
Well, I suppose we should give them a bit of a moment of silence. Okay, silence is over.
Oh my god. Up next, get ready to witness that mysterious, that masked man, your favorite, ladies and gentlemen, King Nothing, going up against the street cowboy himself.
Now, I have
Oh boy.
had quite an eye on this young masked fellow. Who are you rooting for?
I don't know. I've got a thing for the masked kid. I definitely want to see what he looks like without it on, but there's just something kind of exotic about our street cowboy, you know? Like, he kind of comes off as the underdog. Like, I want to see him win for some reason.
I can't argue with that one.
Alright, Soma, what's the plan here?
Well, this was a bit of a curveball. It wouldn't have happened if Douglas didn't just follow the plan from the beginning.
Well,
but
one of us was gonna have to fight either way.
that's true. What do you think?
One of us is gonna have to take a dive.
Mm-hmm.
I can't exactly fake my own death, but
I think
you know how to do something.
I might know a way to fake your death, but that is based on whether you want to lose or if you want to win. I can fake mine.
I mean, I kind of want that money. Either way, you're gonna have to pay me.
Oh, I'll pay you regardless. Whatever winnings I get from this, I'll send straight to you.
Yeah, the thing is, you'll still owe me if I win the money.
Oh, that's very true. So what'll it be?
Flip a coin.
Coin toss works. I'll be tails.
1 second, I gotta flip a coin.
Gotta find a coin, damn it.
Alright. So your tails,
Mhm.
Arthur pulls out a quarter and flips it. Tails. Looks like you're winning.
Tails it is. I'll see you on the field.
Just, try not to actually kill me.
I make do on my promises.
Arthur will hold out his hand for a handshake.
Soma shakes his hand.
It's a deal then.
It's a deal.
See you on the ring.
Mm-hmm.
As you guys
So-
approach the cage, there is chanting. And it's in the perfect like 2-beat. Half of them are chanting Volsung. Half of them are chanting nothing.
Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. This may be one of the most interesting matches of the night.
I've just gotta say, do you think he wouldn't mind if I took his hat after he dies? Oni is staring at Arthur.
Well, you won't be needing it.
I will come back and haunt you if you touch my hat.
Ooh, he's got a mouth on him. Don't I know it? You hear the green-haired bartender say in the bathroom, in the back room.
In the
In the
bathroom.
bathroom, in the back room.
Don't I know it, darling?
Arthur once again shudders.
Oh my god. As you guys step up to either side of the cage,
You make eye contact as the doors slide open and you enter into the arena. I will let you guys dictate exactly how this happens if you want. I won't make you roll since you are throwing this fight on purpose.
No matter which way this goes, Hellboy,
Hellboy.
I ain't gonna make this easy for you.
Let's give him a show then, partner.
And Arthur will let you make the first move.
All right. Soma sort of does this, like, I want to say, mime act or a clown act, just sort of to set the stage and give a show. Let's see, what would he do? He's going to create out of ice in his hand, let's say a faux music box. He will attempt to crank the music box and realize it won't turn, and the little knob snaps. Panicked, he drops it down on the ground and does the mime sad face.
Boy, what the fuck are you doing?
Giving them a show. And
Arthur.
oh,
Go
sorry,
ahead.
what were we gonna say? You go.
No, you go.
Okay. He's going to then raise his hands into the air, and he will cast. Hold on one sec. I need to find it. There it is. Could I use Blizzard Creation?
Oh.
He's just going to create a massive cloud of ice and snow around the field, trying to obscure people's vision.
Don't
Any
need
DM input?
Don't need me to dictate. Go ahead.
All right, so he does so, obscuring everyone's vision with this massive cloud of snow, and he's going to charge forward and makes sure that you can see him first.
Yeah,
with that.
Arthur will pull out his knife, and I'm imagining just like the brief moments where people can see through the snowstorm. Arthur's just swinging his knife wildly. He's going for surface level cuts, mostly
Yeah.
on the clothing and the mask.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's going to say, make it believable. Cut me a few times.
Don't worry, I know how to fake a fight.
Taking all of these cuts, he's going to grab you and sort of throw you onto the floor. Sort of in, what's the word? I forgot the word, but in an act way. And then he's going to slowly look down at you, do a shush motion, and he's going to start putting frost over your body. His plan here is to lower your body temperature to the point of feigning death.
Arthur will try to play along.
All right. What would you like me to roll?
I'm just letting you two duke it out. I already know the outcome, so.
All right. Well, he's going to lower his body temperature to the point of feigning death, and then after succeeding or finishing, he will dispel the cloud, standing over Arthur.
Arthur, how does it feel to be frozen to the point of near death?
You could hear when you were in the process of chilling him complaining. But once the storm dispels, he's holding his still as he possibly can.
I mean, if you're frozen damn near, you know, as much as you are, like, I don't think you're gonna have to try very hard.
I mean, if he's at frostbite levels, he can probably still move if he tried.
And he's just going to stand up and do a sort of ceremonial bow to the crowd.
The crowd loses their shit, as expected.
He's going to whisper in Arthur's direction, saying, "They'll probably take you to some morgue or something, so contact me when you're stable."
Stable.
Arthur just continues to lay perfectly still.
Rosada sighs as if she's bored and just awaits for Arthur to get carried off the field. This is embarrassing, she says under her breath. Douglas.
I'm going to need
Yes.
it. Don't.
Are you, you read your chat?
No, I didn't get a notification again.
Go ahead and look at it while I listen to what Dylan's saying.
I'm going to need a double take on that. How long did that round last?
Huh? I'm so sorry. I was frozen in place, much like my favorite competitor. I really thought he had a chance. I suppose that's what you get for putting somebody who doesn't have any powers or abilities up against a hothouse like that guy.
Or a frozen house?
True.
Well, maybe you have a shot at that hat. If you don't
Yeah,
mind a
she's
little
like,
frostbite.
she's eyeing the hat as like Arthur's being carried off of the fucking cage. Man, that might have been some of my best writing for Azile yet. I just want you to know.
This?
Yeah,
Yeah.
homie, like, wow, that scared me. Okay. y'all want to hear the conversation happening between Azile and Douglas right now?
Sure.
So, back in the sewers, way down the way, Douglas is freaking out, and in the back of his mind, Azile has started whispering to him. You know, it's funny to me, Douglas. We keep ending up back here in the same old position. You know the definition of crazy? You really think you can keep this up, prolonging the inevitable? We're just two horses on the same carousel going round and round, always running but never going anywhere. What are we doing here, Dougie old boy? What's the play? Where's the action?
I'm not gonna take her as long as I'm still standing and alive.
That's where you're wrong, though. See, I don't know what you think you can do about it. After all, she did just make a deal. And you want to know the funny part? That spooky witch lady inside of your daughter let it happen. They all knew the risk, they all knew the take, and here we are. Here we are, Douglas. Why don't you just accept me? I mean, I'm not all that different from her. She's a little crazy, a little rough around the edges. Still have the smoking hot body, just a little stronger. Isn't that what you need right now?
So this is just like kind of stuck. almost just shaking. He just can't do like can't speak, say anything. He can't move.
Oh, I didn't think my performance was that stunning. Then again, I am magnificent. Just let go, Dougie. Just let her go. I'll make sure she sticks around, helps out occasionally. Don't you
Oh,
think
at least
she's tired? Don't you think she's so tired of fighting it? And can you blame her? I mean, look at that face. That sweet little red-headed stepchild. You'd do anything to protect her, wouldn't you? Even breaking her ribs. You look over at Katya. Her ribs do look deformed, even with you impacting her arm. She's not moving either.
Douglas like he's still just like in the same motion, right? He's still trying to hold on to everything, but he's like slowly not slipping, but just like falling down almost, realizing that there's not much he can really do.
That's right. You're lost. You won the match but lost the game. And it's okay. You get to learn from losing. And you get to meet people. Like me. Unless you wanted to, I don't know, make some sort of deal. But what even do you possibly have that you could offer me?
Douglas can't think of anything. He's already given his body, his mind.
Exactly. So if you don't mind, I think I'm gonna be taking this for a while.
You aren't taking your goddamn it.
You watch as the black has moved up her neck, has crawled its way up over her jaws. It has expanded from her eyes, and a whole half of her face is now this blackened state. And you think somewhere in that darkness you can see an eye watching you.
Douglas just lets go. Let's go of this can't think of the word, but uh fucking teeth. And he just like falls and like crumples.
Don't worry. I'll bring her back. Hopefully in one piece. You should probably get that looked at. After all, if those pierce her lungs, well, I'm the least of your worries.
He just kind of sits there crumpled, not being able to move, not being able to think, unable to do anything.
Eliza's body arches a bit, and she spins. in an unnatural manner. Her head twisting to the side, her body rising up unnaturally until she's back on her feet, almost like a puppet on strings. Her body shifts as if getting used to the feeling of being on two legs, as if she hasn't done it before. This is so uncomfortable. I don't know why you lot bother. Her head tilts back. She looks over her shoulder, her hair falling down over her face and behind her. You can see that blackness and that eye on her cheeks staring at you. See you later, Dougie, old boy. And she lurches forward into the darkness of the sewers. And you are left sitting there with Katya.
Damn.
Are you gonna do anything?
No, he's gonna sit there for a couple minutes. Toppled hunched over, realizing that he lost. He can't do anything.
You hear Eliza's panicked words in your link. They sound distorted, almost like there's static, like there's water on the line. You promised me. And then you just hear that ungodly laughter. And you feel through your bond with her, through your ring, you feel pain and panic and struggle, and it seems to be fading in the distance.
Douglas tries his hardest to stand. Doesn't even know if he has the energy to. But he
Roll.
tries. No. It's a 5.
You try to get to your feet, and you're back on your knees. Your daughter's laying in front of you. There's only the slightest hints of the blackness around her eyes. Seems to have faded for the moment. You hear a soft coughing sound come from her. It sounds pained.
Douglas leans forward and just hugs her, and he just starts crying.
That was stupid. You hear a voice, but it's not Katya. She is a brave, stupid girl. There might be a way. down the line, if you can find her, there might be a way to loosen his control on her. I've been trying to research it for Katya's sake. And I think I've discovered something, but well, it would take a lot, and you would have to catch her first.
How much would it cost?
It's not a cost.
Blood?
My boy, it's...
Fucking soul.
And you would give that for her, wouldn't you?
Weird.
I think it has to do with currents. I think if you could manage to get a strong enough electrical shock, it might be able to disrupt the blood. It might be able to weaken it enough that she could fight it. But where you would get that much voltage, and if you could even get it to her without killing her, I don't know.
Oh man, too bad our strongest voltage is in Russia.
One of them's in Russia. The other one's in Colorado.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought this was the best solution.
So how? Oh, damn it.
If you want to be mad at someone, then be mad at me. I'm the one who told her how to do it.
No point in being mad. I'm just disappointed in myself that I wasn't able to protect
And what
both
were
of
you
them.
supposed to do, Douglas? What were
Fucking
you
know.
supposed to do against that? I promise you, I'll help you find her. That much I can do for you. What happens after that, that's up to you. But right now, I need you to focus on your daughter.
Douglas tries to lean back, like off from his daughter. Tries his hardest to use revitalize nature to at least do something.
Roll.
Oh fucking shit. Let's go. Fucking 19.
Let's go.
Okay. In your agony and your rage and your frustration, the roots burst from the concrete and entangle both you and Katya. You feel your energy pouring both into and receiving from these roots. You look down and you see the open wounds on Katya. Her fingertips, where the claws used to be, they begin to close. Her side looks less deformed. The purple glow in her eyes begins to fade. I promise you, Narcissa says, we will find her.
Thank you.
It disappears, and the coughing returns. Kat's eyes blink several times, and you see there the familiar blue color. She rolls over towards you onto her side, coughing more, and she looks down, and there is blood on her palm where she has coughed. It's a mixture of black and red. She looks up at you. And you get the
Douglas
sense
has
that
been sobbing. His face is red, still streaked with wet.
she looks up at you and she doesn't look confused. It's like she knows what just happened. Or she can surmise you're not sure. She moves a hand toward you and then stops and pulls back, realizing that this is her fault. She curls her
Douglas
knees
just
to her
hands up.
chest, starts to sob herself. Soma, for the first time since they disappeared, you start to hear the staticky transmission of Douglas's voice. And all you hear is what sounds like crying.
Douglas. Douglas, are you there? Where are you? What happened?
Fucking too much, man.
What happened when you left?
I'll tell you. Tell you later.
Very well. Is Katya okay? Is she alive?
She's alive.
Very well. I ended up going up against Arthur. We faked his death. I should be going up into the championships now.
Good. When?
Soon
For my
here,
sake.
if I don't get another battle soon. But I assure you I will complete this mission, even if I have to do it alone. I promise you that.
You're gonna have to.
What was that?
You're gonna have to.
Looks like it. I'll use whatever cunning and wit I need to get what I need to get.
Roll
I'll keep
me
you
a
updated.
perception check, Soma.
Alright. That is a... Phone froze. Hold on. That is a... 18.
Arthur,
Oh,
you still have your in-ear as well. Roll me a perception check.
okay. Hold on. 16?
Both of you can hear it. In the background, just beyond Douglas's voice, you hear Katya sobbing to the point that she can't breathe. You hear her in between the sobs, these breathless shrieks for her mother.
Katya, I don't know what happened over there, but I promise you I will complete this mission. We will all return home safe, no matter what. I don't know if you can hear me, but that much I promise.
Douglas, you're the only one that sees this, but when Soma says we'll all return safe, Katya loses it. Crying in that way that only children can. That uncontrollable helplessness. She's not
Douglas
even...
just stands up
Go ahead.
and tries to pick her up and just hold her to his chest.
She doesn't stop you. She doesn't understand why you're doing it. She thinks you hate her. She thinks you should hate her, and you can feel this through your link with her. She doesn't understand why you're comforting her. She thinks this is her fault. That she is to blame for everything. All she does is buries her face in your shoulder and cries until she's not even breathing between the sobs anymore.
I just hold her and just rub the back of her head.
And
And also keep my composure.
it's 5 in the fucking morning and I am trying not to cry like a fucking bitch, I think I'm gonna call it there.
Can we
Alright.
end off on the final, or the, final for the night, announcements for the next match?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I don't know who's next, so.
Oh, the announcements were going to be... You will be going up against Vampire.
Alright. So, this night has been one of a kind for all of us here. So, I would like to announce our next contestants. Who were they again?
I do believe that our newest successor from the preliminaries is about to go up against the one and only Vampire, one of our greatest champions of all time.
Now, King Nothing has become quite popular tonight, and I was anonymously sent a script to read for his entrance. The colorless king, the jack of all trades. He is the master of none, yet has a grasp on so many. The whistle in the dark, the lone survivor, the prophesied King Nothing. And in the next corner, Oni.
You all know him. You all love him. Your favorite red-eyed boy who can stop anybody in their tracks. Who can disrupt any abilities that are ever thrown at him. And then suck the life out of you for good measure. The one, the only vampire.
This will be the matchup of the century.
The matchup of a lifetime.
Place your bets now, or forever hold your peace.
The final round of the Storm Championships is about to begin.
Soma will begin walking onto the stage. He looks distant, whispering to himself. After all of these years, I'm still always the last one standing, aren't I? Nothing ever changes. Huh, Lewis, Lynn, Declan.
Across from you, a man is entering the arena. The red glow of his eyes has settled on you. There's almost a pride to them, an excitement in seeing you. He steps forward, the announcer, the referee from your entry fights, and the doors slowly slide closed behind you.